Happy Sunday, everybody. Captain Coder here. Coming at you live. Coming at you live. Yeah, that's right, Royal C-Dub with that impressive countdown. No one else can type quite that fast, so I thank you. I thank you for the impressive countdown. Enter the Warlock Art. That's right. We got a very special stream for everybody today. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Captain Coder says hello. I hope you're having a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day here. I've been up for a few hours. I got up around 3:30 a.m. It's 5 a.m. now. But I hope everyone out there is feeling well rested. I'm feeling well rested. I got my cup of coffee. I got myself some water, and Art has deemed me worthy of playtesting the Warlock's Gauntlet, which is just so much fun. I'm terrible at it. You guys are gonna be incredibly frustrated watching me play it. But thank you everyone so much for being here. Royal C-Dub, good morning, my friend. We got Corfless here, Art's here, we got Lance. MMO Pug, thank you guys so much for being here on this beautiful Sunday. I hope you're having a beautiful time. And MMO Pug, I'm gonna have to show off some of the stuff that you sent me, because thank you so much for doing that. It's awesome stuff. I don't have it set up and ready. Maybe I'll have to do that next time. Or maybe on my break I'll grab it all up. Got home from Suffolk. I don't know, late last night, Suffolk. I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it's a place, it's a location. I can assume from saying I got home from. Then we got that there. That said, Art, would you like me to play Warlock's Gauntlet first, or do you want me to wait for some more people to get here? Cause Sunday I usually get, my stream usually gets up to like 35, 40 people later on. But I'm happy to start playing it now as well. There are some things I do want to try and get done today. Mr. Broadcaster says Suffolk is a county in the United Kingdom as well. UK, I think that's United Kingdom. Wait, the game is out now. Not yet, Royal C-Dub. It's the alpha version is ready. The alpha version is ready. It's not on Steam yet. Art has sent me a sort of a preview of it. But it's coming. It's coming to a Steam page. Come to a Steam page near you. It's coming to a Steam page near you very, very soon, folks. Very, very soon. What the heck are we working on? What have we been working on? In case there's anyone new here. We've been working on a skill tree tool in Unity. All right, so the idea is I want to have a tool where I can have a variety, make it easy to create skill trees. Okay, so this is like a skill tree that we've defined using here. Warlock's Gauntlet playthrough. That's right, ITC. You're gonna watch me fail at playing games. You guys are gonna see how bad I am at video games here today. I like games that beat me up. It's tough, Art. It's a tough game. I love it though. I've been having a blast playing. I've probably played it, I don't play a lot of games, but this week I think I played about 10 hours. That's the most I've played a video game in a very long time. And so I'm getting really, really okay at it. But you'll see here we've defined our Paladin skill tree over here in the inspector. We can click on it to get information about it over here. There's some trickiness I want to do with it a little bit more. But the thing that's nice is, so we have our UI file here. We've written a script to make it so we can modify it here. So if I get rid of, let's say instead of spell casting, I want this to be our divine sense here. I'm gonna regenerate this. It's gonna add the line between these two nodes now. If I hit generate, we get it that way. Additionally, it's set up so that I can modify the layout of this in the UI builder. So these are the things that we've done so far. I can modify it in the layout builder. So maybe I want to do something like this, move this around like that. And so this structure is programmed. I'm going to make it so spell casting comes over this direction now. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and save this. The one little trick here we did was getting it so that way when I modify it, when I regenerate this, all right, so we're gonna make it so that our spell casting, we need to have that in here still. Hero doesn't go to Divine Sense. Instead, this is going to be spell casting goes to Divine Sense. I'll regenerate it. And so this is defined programmatically through our inspector, and our UI gets updated and generated based on that information. So that's something cool we've been working on. If you've missed some stuff, we do have a blog. We're on day 6 here. We're on day 6. There is a little blog you can check out if you want to get more caught up, or you want to just peruse the source code. Everything on this project is open source. Everything on this project is open source. Most of the things I do are open source. And this code will be available if you want to go get caught up on everything we're doing. What are our learning goals this week? That sort of thing. You can do it. But today, one of the goals today, my third goal is play Warlock's Gauntlet. I think I'm gonna go ahead and hop into that now while my brain is fresh. We're gonna show off some Warlock's Gauntlet, folks. So I gotta actually sit down to play this game. I can't play while I'm standing. It's just too difficult for me. So bear with me while I switch to sitting mode. You get to see the captain in a rare form, the sitting captain. So we're gonna go ahead and bring our seat down here. All right, we're gonna play some Warlock's Gauntlet. Brought to us by Art, everybody. If you guys don't know, this stream is brought to us by Art. Here we go. Art, incredible game developer, making the Warlock, the sitting captain, I know. Making his own game engine. We're gonna see how we can do this. I haven't played this most recent version. Yeah, the sitting captain, the latest in yoga exercises, exactly. But give Art a follow, folks. If you're not following Art, go ahead and give him a follow. We're gonna check out his game here. We're gonna play it, see how far I can get into it. But look at that beautiful pixel art. Art, let me know. Maybe I should turn the chat off the screen. Hang on, I can turn the chat off here. Chat. Take the chat off the screen a little bit. I'm gonna leave my face on there. Oh, sometimes this happens. Don't worry, it's loading. Don't worry, it's loading. I promise. There it goes. So that happens sometimes, Art. Just so you know. That happens more often than, like, I'd say every 20% of the time that shows up when it starts. No. So like that's why I think I sent that on the first time. I said 20% of the time that shows up. I think you need to set up like a loading screen that actually like is like doing something in the background, so it's talking to the anyway. We're gonna start this out here. So we got the Warlock. I think so. Let me understand this. I am in this game, Art. I am the Warlock. Is that correct? It's not that I'm going through the Warlock's Gauntlet to attach, venture into the Warlock Gauntlet. It's that I am the Warlock. Also, let me see. You are indeed the Warlock. Oh, I'm also noticing on my stream here, the bottom of the screen is getting chopped off. Let me see if I can fix that so that you guys can see. There's a little bit of information missing at the very, very bottom there. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Let me, let's see. Can I adjust this source real quick? Bear with me, folks. Grab your bear with me. Well, I make it so that the game is a little, I should have done this off stream. I wasn't thinking that I forgot that my little overlay there on the bottom was going to hinder our view slightly. Which one is this? Is this the desktop 2 view? Let's unlock that. Okay. And I think this is, bear with me. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. Bottom, let's get rid of that. And then we'll just scale it down slightly scaled. Okay, so you should be able to see most of it now. My face is blocking just a little bit. Let me move my face. There's not as important, information up here is not so important. All right, and then let's move that little logo. Boom, how's that? How does that look? It's a little weird. It's a little weird to have me up there, I bet, but that's okay. Okay, here we go. We're gonna play here. I feel a little awkward being up here in the top right corner, but that's okay. Okay. All right, so Warlock's Gauntlet. You start the game out here in sort of a shopping mall. This is what Art's been calling it, a shopping mall. And you have 2,000, you see down there in the bottom right, it's a little hard to see, but down here, let me see if I can do that. Let me get this. Well, I was practicing seeing if I could get this to show my mouse position on the screen. Oh, we can't. I was doing it yesterday. Hang on. I can do it. Bear with me. All right, so down here we see my gold count. Start with 2,000 gold. 2,000 gold. And so if I press F1, we can sort of get the information about what we can and cannot purchase, or what we can afford. So I'm gonna start out by buying myself a sword. All right, I'm gonna buy myself a sword. I'm gonna buy myself some oil so I can light my way. I can optimize it here. So I'm at it's at 29 frames. I'll adjust it if it drops. I'll get myself a map. So now I have a sword. The sword has a durability that slowly runs out. What do I normally get? I normally get that. I like the I got a little bit of oil and a strength potion is sort of what I like here. Because I don't know what I'm gonna get. Sometimes I've been getting a blunderbuss recently. All right, let's go out here. All right, but I have a map. Did I not buy a map? Let me restart. It looks like I didn't buy a map. I really wanted a map. All right, I'm gonna restart the level here. Let's come on back there. The map is, it rebound to X. Okay. Let's go. Okay, that makes more sense. That's gonna throw me off a little bit. Get my map. Get a sword, X. Here's my map. Okay, get some oil. So I like playing with the map here. The map, so one thing that's really interesting here is that the map doesn't show where you are on it, but you can it's broken up into 4 areas. So this is sort of the starting area here, the white area, gray area. You go into like a light green area, which is sort of like this horrific place I've not yet been able to get out to, but it looks like there's some secrets in it. I might be able to actually get some items. And between each of the areas, you need to get a key to progress. Oh, hello, zombies. And inside of the areas, you have zombies and liches that you have to fight. The zombies are pretty easy. One thing to keep in mind is my sword's durability. My sword's durability goes down. Goes down every time I hit something. So I actually only get about 100 attacks with the sword, which is quite frustrating if I'm being completely honest. So I often so the strategy I've been trying to employ is to not fight zombies so much and get the liches to kill the zombies for me. This is the strategy I've been trying to employ. So if I can find a lich in this area here, I'm sort of following the right wall. I'm gonna try and get the lich. Headshots do 3 times damage. Oh, that's good to know. I did not realize that. Okay. Oh, I also have a lantern that I can turn on and off. Headshots do more damage. I did not know that. I just assumed I was wrong. I will often punch the zombies to death and do do a boxing simulator, so to speak. Oh, wow. Okay. A good sword hit in the head can take a zombie down in 1 slash. That is fantastic to know. That's good information. I did not realize that. Also, Art, I don't know if you knew this, but you can sort of, if you turn the lantern on and off really quick, it doesn't ever get used up. So down in the bottom left there, you'll see that I have the lantern. If I turn it on, I have 120 seconds. But if there's something I can kind of do to cheese it, is I can like turn it on and off really, really quick. And then it doesn't use up any of the actual time. So that's something, I'm not sure if you were aware of that, but that's something that I have found is quite useful for not having to be able to, so the reason I do that is my keyboard, as I was saying, is set up in such a way that it is quite hard to turn the lantern on and off without hurting my hands. So I mostly just tap it on and off really quickly because I can't use it. And I didn't realize it, but you can use it forever in that regard. Okay. So I've found the next area, but I don't have a key. So I'm gonna have to go find a key to get through here. So I'm just sort of trying to follow the right wall. Let's look at my map real quick. So on my map, I can see now, I sort of know where I am on the map. So if I come and I look at the map here, I know that the next area is over here. So I can sort of like infer where I've been. So I came down this hallway, came up to the right, and I've sort of followed this wall out into this area. Okay, so let's head back out this way. So I'm pretty sure I came in that way. Okay, I'm gonna come back out this way. I'm gonna just keep following. Ooh, there's a lich. All right, these guys. So what I like to do is see if I can get the the liches. Although Arch made some new lich AI, so the liches actually can. In the previous version, oh no, in the previous version, the liches could not. They'd have to stop to shoot you. But I like to get the liches to kill the zombies for me. So their fireballs do get... Oh, this is much harder now that they move about. But the liches' fireballs... Uh-oh. Let's try not to get trapped here. Save my weapon's durability and get the lich to kill them for me has been a strategy I've been trying to employ here. There we go. And that seems to work pretty well. All right, and then I come in, and hopefully I can acquire a blunderbuss here. The liches are quite annoying to combat. If I hide behind that, but this bush should block. Oh, there's another zombie. Oh. I think I killed it just in time for the fireball to get me on that one. All right, let's see here. All right, lich. I'm very, very bad at this, as you can tell. As you may be able to notice, I'm quite terrible. But I'm doing my best, folks. I'm doing my best to fight the lich here. Oh. All right. I took what I would consider minimal damage on that one, but now I'm all boozled and turned around. I think I came in from this direction. So here's the thing about this. I like the map being... Oh, also there's strategy mode. I forgot to turn on strategy mode. There's something I like about this in that I cannot... If you're not paying close attention on the map, there's no dot indicating you. There's no arrow. So I can't quite remember what I was doing in this area. In this fight, I got kind of disoriented and turned around. So I got to kind of reset myself to see if I can remember where I am on this map. There's a jump? There's a jump? What, there's a jump button? Jump, spacebar. Oh, that's impossible for me. That's impossible because my spacebar key is on the opposite side of my keyboard. That's why I haven't learned to jump. So if I show you my keyboard, let me show you my keyboard just so you can see that that is not a possibility for me. So my keyboard is here. So this is my hand setup here. This is the backspace button. So this is my setup here. I'll probably need to swap it so backspace is spacebar. My spacebar key is this button. So it's on just the right thumb. So that is not I'm not allowed to jump in this game. so I'll have to do some rebinding for that. So yeah. So that is why I did not discover that there was a jump. Because I'll have to switch hands just to do a jump. A jump, if I knew that. Okay. All right, well, now I know. All right, but yeah, I wasn't able to jump. I didn't realize there was a jump button. That I will have to figure out how to bind that properly. Okay, so there's a lich here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something to be able to fight this guy. Okay, here we go. Slice. Don't die, I'm trying. Look. It's a lot harder. I don't know if it looks easy, but it certainly doesn't feel easy. Oh, these liches are horrible now, Art. They're horribly fun. The lich before couldn't move and shoot at the same time. So this is okay, cool. That's fun. That is cool. The liches are much more interesting now, Art. Definitely enjoying that. You could sort of get them to become sort of these like turrets to mow down zombies. I think the next area is going to be much more difficult. All right, we're going to switch to punching zombies so I can save the durability on my sword. Okay. Yikes. I do like making the zombies get stuck against stuff. That's always kind of nice. So this zombie is stuck against this sort of... Oh, come on. That was terrible. No, I don't think there's any crafting in this game. I don't know if there will be, if the intention is to add crafting. Currently cannot craft. All right, did I miss something over there? It looked like there was an extra hallway. All right, so zombie here. The other thing, I'm not sure if you guys can hear it over the music, but the zombies and liches make noises, so you can sort of hear them as you're coming around a corner. You can tell whether or not there's going to be a zombie or a lich in an area. They sort of announce themselves as you. So I don't know if you can hear it or over the music or not. I can hear it. So you can sort of get in there and think about and sort of, you know, okay, the lich is not, oh, this is, so like the lich is moving makes it, all right, there's 2 liches in here. Let's see if I can, oh, that's good. I did not realize there was headshotting. Okay. I really want to get to just the next area here. I've been practicing, by the way. These guys are much more difficult now than they were in the previous iteration. Okay, let's see here. Oh boy. All right, so I did manage to take that guy out. The sound is a little low. I mostly hear the zombies. Is there any way to turn the volume up for this game, Art? As far as I could tell, there wasn't a volume option. And it's not an audio source because it's not a separate window, I can't set the audio source specifically. Gotcha. I'd have to do something to balance that out to hear it on stream. Okay. Whew. That was intense. Okay. So we're gonna keep looking here. More zombies. Let's see if I can punch. The Warlock's Boxing Challenge is what this game might be, you know, might be an appropriate title. Or Zombie Boxer. Yeah. The other thing I wanted to ask you, is there an indicator if you have a key, do you have an indication of that on the screen somewhere? Because I hadn't been able to find one. Because there was one time I found a key and didn't realize I had it just yet. Okay, here's the key. Here's the key. So now I can progress to the next section. Okay, good. I didn't die in the tutorial area this time, which is pleasing me. So my practicing has paid off. I've yet to get through the second section, by the way. So we're gonna see if we can go over to the second section now. Before that, I'm gonna go back to the store and buy a health potion. You'll notice I'm quite close to dead. Lance, hello, my friend. Hello. All right, so we're back at the store. I've collected enough money here to buy a healing potion, which I'm going to do. It's the green one, right? Green one is the health potion. Yes, so I'm gonna buy a healing potion. I'm gonna buy 2 before I progress to the next section. I'm gonna go ahead and use it. What button is used? It's C, I think. C, yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and heal myself and head off to the next section. All right, zombie. How dare you, zombie? Okay. Let's look at the map again. Yes. So the next section here We're gonna progress up this way, like so. And then if I come back over here and to the right, we're gonna come out to the next area. You can see keys in the top left. I'd missed that. Okay, thank you. Is there a lich here? I thought I heard something. Zombie though. Okay, so you survived my wrath last time. Now you die. I will punch your head off, zombie. Perfect. Okay, so we're gonna make it to this next area. Cool. This is, again, it's been a struggle just to get myself over here. Okay, so which way do I want to head out? My goal here, let me go ahead and switch to strategy mode here while I point at the screen. So I'm gonna try to get up here. So since I own the map, I see that there's some secret areas up here. So my goal is I'm gonna try and get up to the secret areas without dying, which is gonna be much more challenging than you might realize. In this next section, yeah, I'm gonna try and make it to those items up there, because the secret areas is where you can get some hopefully reasonably good stuff. But you'll notice there's already 2 liches there just waiting for me, and it's scary. All right, so we're just gonna see if we can get through this nightmare. All right, maybe I should have bought a speed potion. Is this not where the secret was? Oh boy. Well, now I'm doomed, I think. Although this isn't a terrible spot because the liches are gonna take some of these, the zombies will absorb a lot of the blasts for me. I should have left my map up here. Okay, so I need to go sort of this direction and then up. Okay. All right, we might be able to make it, folks. We might be able to make it. These statues are terrifying, by the way, Art. These statues are terrifying. Oh no. Oh no. Die! I gotta get out of here. Okay. Alright, so this, it looks like there's 2 secret rooms attached here. Looks like there's gonna be 2 secret rooms attached here. Let's see if we can kill this lich. And maybe get a spell. Interact. Is this not the correct spot? Oh boy. Oh boy. I wish I had a blunderbuss. The blunderbuss is a gun you can purchase in this game, which is quite, takes the liches out in like 1 or 2 shots, which is nice. Oh, dead. I am dead. All right, everybody. We tried. So F7 respawns you. And we're back at the beginning. that was too bad. Art, this game is fantastic. It controls really well. It's very responsive. I know that I think you said you were planning to redo the sound effects. The sound effects are great. The ambiance is really nice. The one thing that would make, and again, this is like the alpha demo. It's not even the alpha version, it's the alpha demo. Making this have some music. The only thing it's really missing is music. And so in my head, maybe I should have turned on some Heretic music when we're playing it. But fantastic game, folks. I'm gonna show you one more thing. You can get a blunderbuss as well. So there's a gun. There's magic too. If I ever manage to get magic, that would be cool. So one thing I have done in the past as well is get the map and then blunderbuss and then punch my way through some zombies. So the zombies drop ammo. All right, so as long as I don't get unlucky and have a lich right away, I should be able to get some ammo for this. So we're gonna try one more time. Royal C-Dub, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Chat, I'm so sorry I'm missing the chat. This is a lot more intense to watch than coding. It's much harder to pay attention to the chat, so I apologize if anything's going on in the chat that I'm missing. Now that I know you can punch these guys in the head, the punch isn't so bad. Art, I thought you had to punch these guys 10 times because I didn't realize you could headshot them. So in the previous versions, I was fighting going like, geez, punching these guys to death is impossible. You just gotta hit them 10 times. All right, so now I have a blunderbuss. And you can actually load the blunderbuss up with additional shots. So you'll notice down in the bottom left portion of the screen, I have the gun selected. It has a 1 of 3. You can actually fire multiple shots at the same time. Hang on, let me see if I can get more. And it do more damage. So you can sort of one-shot the liches with the blunderbuss using up lots of ammo. The more you do that, the more durability it's wasted, but we can blast, as long as I don't miss, we can sort of blast, and of course I missed. We should be able to blast the lich pretty good. All right, so that is one strategy. So I do find it funny that a warlock has like this gun. I find that slightly hilarious, a warlock with the gun there. But yeah, absolutely. Awesome gameplay, I'm loving it. I've played this a lot. Illuminati, have a nice Sunday. How are you, my friends? How are you? Okay, let's see if it's much harder. These guys are so much harder now. The liches, oh my goodness. They're so much more difficult to dodge those attacks. It was certainly not this difficult, which I think is a good thing. I think it's a good thing. Art. All right, so now that I know, can I blast these guys in the head? No. This is bad. All right, so, but if I use the blunderbuss, so this was a strategy I was trying to employ, was using the blunderbuss, oh geez, on the liches and then punching the zombies. Now that I know I can punch the zombies in the head, I think I'm in a better, I'll be able to do that a little bit more easily. Yikes. Okay. All right. I am already almost dead, which is, and oh, come on, zombies, come over here, come over here. The ice bolt becomes much useful since it allows you to freeze. Oh, that lich from the side thought he could sneak up on me. I love the face, the skull in there too. So can I blast him? Dodge. Blast him. I missed. Blast him. There we go. The zombies, you should be able to kite. I'm just being really terrible right now. Guess I have some stage fright going on. Here. Okay. All right, let's see if I can come get this lich. I'm looking. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Jeez. All right. Punch you. And I have no sword. Remember, I have no sword because I bought the blunderbuss instead of the sword. Ooh. Okay, folks, that is the Warlock's Gauntlet there. Amazing work, Art. Just absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to play it. This is coming, folks. This is coming to a Steam page near you. So this was the Warlock's Gauntlet. Absolutely amazing game. Art, thank you so much for giving me a copy of it. So much. I love it. But folks, if you're not following Art is an incredible... Art's the creator of that. Not only did he create that game, did everything by himself. He made the engine as well. So you got to give Art some love. Got to go check out that stream. I have learned a ton over on Art's stream about C++, his engine, the sort of stuff he's doing. He's an artist. He's incredible, folks. He is absolutely incredible. Go check it out. Give him some love. That was the Warlock's Gauntlet. Whew. I'm not, that game, it's tough, Art. I'm going to keep playing it. I want to get better at it because I really do enjoy it. As you can tell, I'm not the greatest. I need to come up with a better strategy. The Warlocks, the liches moving is brutal. I like it though. All right, let's get my stream cam back down here. Let's put me down here again. All right, let's adjust my screen size. You like that camera angle? You like the captain at the top? Let's see here. What is the safety cone app? Safety cone. What do you mean the safety cone app? Oh, this is VLC. It's VLC. It's my music player. Let's resize this. All right, I gotta get my screen set up back. Scale, transform. There's a reset. There we go. Reset that. Just a moment. Bear with me. 40. There we go. Awesome. Okay, I think we're back. There's one little thing I gotta turn on. There's a logo in the top. There we go. Now people know it's me up in the top. They know it's Captain Coder because we have the Captain Coder logo up here. All right, Art, thank you so much. Fascinating, not fascinating, absolutely fabulous game. You like the old angle? I'm sorry, Real C-Dub. I like being in the bottom right corner. Oh, I removed the on-screen chat. Thank you. Thank you. Let's bring that chat back. There it is. Welcome back. Dramble says, no logo, not the captain. Who's this imposter? Yeah, that's how people know. That's people know it's the official Captain Coder stream. So what have we been working on, folks? What have we been working on? Let's take a look. And what are we gonna do today? But we got, look, one of our goals today was to play the Warlock Scantlet. We did it, folks, and for being here to witness this momentous occasion, all of you are gonna get 50 points. We did it. We finished playing the Warlock's Gauntlet. We're gonna play it some more later. We're gonna play it again a little bit later. We're gonna check it out a little bit later. Once we got a maybe different crew. Artifice, hello, my friend. How are you today? And Art, for giving me the opportunity, for making such an awesome game. Art, you're gonna get, 250 points. That's a lot of points. But thank you for sharing your game with us. Awesome stuff. Guys, once again, you gotta go check out Art. You gotta go check out Art over on his Twitch. Don't give him some love. Awesome game, doing incredible work. Coming to a Steam page near you. So what are we working on today? What have we been doing? We've been working on a skill tree. If you missed out on the previous streams, we're on day 6. I can't believe we're on day 6. I don't know if we're gonna actually finish today. We're gonna try. We're gonna try our darndest. But we got a blog of day 1 through 5. If you missed it, feel free to check that out. Yesterday, we managed to get UXML. So these files here for the UI toolkit, the UI builder uses what are called their XML files. They're Unity XML files. They're inspired by HTML. If we open up one of these, we can see that they look kind of like this. No, they don't look kind of like this. They do look like this, and it defines how elements are laid out on the screen. And we're using this to create our skill trees. Dramulks, yeah, that's right. It's like HTML, but worse, maybe better. I don't know. Turns out HTML is XML, or is XML HTML? I think HTML happens to be XML. It's just a specific schema. So XML is like the generic idea of a data schema where you can like nest things together. It's a document form. It's kind of like JSON. I think it is essentially JSON, but just a little bit different. It's displayed different. The protocol, the specification for it's quite different. All right, but we're generating these. All right, so if I have my skill tree, I can specify my skill tree in a scriptable object. All right, so I can put this stuff together. Maybe I want to change, some of the nodes around, how they're connected. I can do that here in the scriptable object. So maybe define sense also goes to lay hands. So let's add that in here. Divine sense will go to lay hands. We can regenerate it. Boom, we get that. Maybe we remove that spell casting goes to, so remove this out. This one's the spell casting goes to lay hands. Let's remove that one. That didn't work. Why can't it? Hang on. Let me try again. I wanted this to be divine sense goes to lay hands. This one here I want to remove. Move it down to the bottom to remove it. Regenerate. And now we have a skill tree that looks like this. Oh, I got to right click to remove it. That was interesting. Delete. All right. Thank you, Dramulks. Appreciate that. This is regenerating these UXML file associated with it. The file is named the same as the name that's specified here. So if we change that name, it would change it, but it allows us to do it. If we come up with a new one, for example, this Ranger one, This is going to let us define a variety of skill trees. That's the goal, is have a tool that lets us generate skill trees. Maybe our ranger skill tree looks a little bit different. When you first generate it, you just get this UXML document without the nodes positioned. So you're going to come in and you're just going to position them where you want them to be. Okay, so the idea is to create a tool that makes it easy to set up your skill trees for your game. Maybe you have one screen, maybe you have multiple skill trees, but it allows you to sort of set up a skill tree in this way. And now we're able to drop that into a UI document. So that's what we have generated so far. The one thing that we were playing around with was, all right, how do we get it so it doesn't reset that? We've done it. We've made a lot of progress here. Beautiful stuff going on in this regard. That said, I don't actually have the UI, the UXML file, I actually don't have a reference to the actual skill. So I was realizing one of my main goals today, the goal that I want to achieve is actually implement a scene where we have like a player character with skill points and they can click some stuff to purchase skill points. I want to be able to actually click on these, and then when you click on it, it'll tell you whether or not you meet the requirements to acquire it. And if you don't, you won't be able to acquire it. Sadly, the information doesn't exist on the skill node. So these use the skill node element. And the skill node element just has two strings, the display name and display description. It doesn't have the actual skill on it. And that means that we cannot, using this information, do any kind of check to see whether or not the player is able to acquire that skill. So we need to do something a little bit more clever to be able to access it. So my idea here is that rather than storing the display name, I think we need to store the object's GUID or some sort of reference to it so you can access it via a database object. Okay, I hope that makes some sense. If not, well, hopefully you'll be able to see that implementation coming. Get the GUI, then have a lookup for your scriptable object. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. The issue is that we cannot use, I want it to be at runtime. So not using any Unity editor stuff, so that I won't be able to use like database asset. Because I'm assuming database asset is something you cannot use at runtime. Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is part of the Unity editor, and we need to be careful not to use the Unity editor during runtime. That's where resources come in. No, I don't want to do it in resources either, because I don't want to have to store all of the data in resources. So I think I'm going to do it a little bit differently. I think I'm going to have a scriptable object called skill database, and that is going to have all of it's going to go ahead and it's going to find all of your skills and get the GUIDs and store those together. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to do it that way, but I think the GUID is the way to go. On it. But look it up differently. I'm going to do it without using the resources folder. Because the idea would be that this could potentially come from an external database. It could come from a streaming asset sort of thing. And so my idea is to have a scriptable object called skills database. All right. And this is really going to be, the idea is this should be sort of a singleton object that you reference in your scene. And maybe that will go in the resources folder. I'm not 100% sure, but that might go in the resources folder actually, Drammel, because that one would be okay, I think, there. But in my scripts here, we're going to create a new script. I don't know what I hit there. We're going to create, my idea here is to create a script, skill database. Okay, so my skill database needs to have the following interface. I want it to be a scriptable object. I really want it scriptable object. I kind of want it to be a singleton. There should only be one of these, maybe not. Maybe you can drop it into different spots. But the idea is this will have an interface that has the API of this is going to allow us to get an skill somehow. So we can retrieve these in a way. what is the scriptable skill type called? Hang on, let's go to my skills real quick. And maybe our skill trees will be here as well. I'm not 100% sure. This is our skill data. So I think we're gonna make this have a skill data lookup, and it's gonna take in a string GUID like that, and it's gonna be able to find the skill data associated with it. So one way we could do this, I think, let's see. Yeah, I think one way we could do this would be to have this have a public, really this should be a private list. Internally, yeah, private list of skill data, skills. And we'll do it like this, skills. Serialized field. So we'll be able to specify all of the skills in here. Okay, so these are gonna be all of our skills. Sailboat Stoat, how are you? Hello, Sailboat Stoat. Happy Sunday to you. How are you on this beautiful day? So in our demo, maybe it's skills here, create, oh, I need to make this accessible this way. Create asset menu, file name, skill database. Skill database, and menu name is going to be skills/database, like that. So we should be able to make one of these now. Let's create a subfolder here. Devro, hello, how are you doing, Devro? Ask, I'm doing fabulous, Devro. How the heck are you on this beautiful Sunday? Everyone, did you know Devro is also a game developer? I say also, I'm not a game developer. But Devro is. Devro's creating a real-time strategy game. Go give him some love. Check out that stream. It's a fun place to hang out. His channel points, you know, if you want to earn some awesome channel points, go check that out. It's a smoky place. Very, very enjoyable. Love my time over there, Devro. Awesome stuff. He'll teach you German words too. One of the things you can redeem with his channel points is he'll teach you a German insult. He'll teach you a German insult. So if you want to learn a German insult, that's the place to be. And if you want to see some awesome 3D art, that's the place to be. Okay, so I should be able to now create a skill database. All right, so it's going to be my skill database like that. Let me create a subfolder here called, this is I'm in such an awkward place. Skill trees. Let's rename this skill trees. I'm glad you're doing well, my friend. I'm glad you're doing well. All right, we're gonna call this, want like to have skill database. All right, we'll do skill database. We're gonna put our skills and our skill trees as subfolders inside of that. And then I'll move my database up one folder. Okay, so the idea is this skill database should have all of the skills within it. And we wrote a thing last time to be able to like scan for those. Maybe I'll steal that. Over on YouTube, we got Om Parkash saying, hi, mister. Om Parkash, Sharma principal. I don't quite understand. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I don't understand what that comment means, but welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. So happy to have you here. One thing I'd like to do is we're just gonna register our skills in here manually for now. But ideally I'd have some button or something where the skill database knows how to go find those things. We've got a raid from Proton. Everybody, Proton, an astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician, and graphician, an absolute legend. Proton, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. How are you? How was your raid? You guys gotta go check him out. You gotta go check him out. Whoa's right. You gotta go check out Proton, give him some love, create some awesome chiptune, electronic music, absolutely incredible stuff going on over on that stream. He is just fantastic. Neriak, thank you for the follow. I gotta say thank you. Neriak, I appreciate you. Neriak, Thank you for the follow again, Neriac. Welcome to the captain's crew. Neriac, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. For those who are new here, for the Raiders who are new, I am Captain Coder. Sorry, I almost my body started rejecting existence. I had to pause there for a second. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming to students. My students at my school I work at are ages 10 to 14. But this stream is welcome to all ages. This is a family-friendly stream. If you have any questions, program-related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. In this stream, we are coding and growing and learning things together. This week, we happen to be implementing a skill tree system. We're on day 6. We're wrapping up. We try and do a new project every week. This project's feeling like it might bleed over a little bit into tomorrow because it's kind of big. The skill tree system's kind of big. Not only are we want to implement a single skill tree, we want to implement a reusable skill tree library. So we're trying to implement a library that can be reused in a variety of projects. And so if you want to check it out there, our learning goals is to do graph data structure visualization in Unity's UI toolkit, explore generic types for getting our library to be generalized, and we haven't quite gotten to this USS variables again. We also got It's Fake MC. Welcome aboard. I'd like to welcome you to the crew. It's Fake MC. Welcome to the crew. I'd like to ask you, how are you? Thank you for the follow. It's Fake MC. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm having a beautiful day. Absolutely beautiful day. How the heck are you? Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Enjoy your sauna, Proton. Have yourself a beautiful day. Hasanali, welcome back, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Good morning from me to you, though. Good day, sir. Good day to you. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. We are working on a skill generator. That said, backseat coding, questions highly encouraged. Backseat coding is encouraged. We are learning and coding and growing together here, folks. So do not hesitate to ask questions. Do not hesitate to make suggestions. I can't promise I'll always listen to your suggestions. No, I'll always listen to your suggestions. I can't promise I'll always implement your suggestions, but I love hearing more. Yeah. So welcome aboard. So nice to have you all here this morning. But yeah, we're working on a skill tree system. Not just a skill tree system. What I'm trying to do now is I'm trying to set up the skill database. All right, so let's open this up here. The skill database in which I'm able to reference all of my skills later from my UI using a GUID. So my goal here, and we're gonna see if we can get this to work, is to have them registered this way. So I have a skill database. My goal is I need to have some sort of string GUID I can use to look them up later. Master Chaos the Leg, what's up, my friend? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Master Chaos the Leg. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it's a beautiful Sunday for you. How the heck are you, my friend? And so the way I'm planning to do this is when this gets initialized, gets enabled, with eGUID, I dislike them. Yeah, I mean, we need a way to look up these things. So these are sort of like, they're not singletons, but they're unique objects. They define some information. We need to be able to look them up. We need to be able to get them out of our scriptable objects. So there's sort of like, I don't entirely know how to do this except, so our skill tree needs a reference to it, I think. Our skill tree needs a reference to the database, so that way when we go to build it, we have that database. Proton, your first C++, coding some STL testing on C++. Nice. That's cool. Let's check it out. Proton, everybody. Mostly programming in assembly. I have yet to see a program in a language that's not just, letters and numbers. Oh, we got an ad here. Why do we get an ad? Oh, it's because, that's annoying. It's because this is like my private browsing session. Go away, Geico. Go away, Geico. That's interesting. That's forcing me to watch an ad here. Annoyed. All right. We gotta wait just a few more seconds. Come on, ad. Come on. We need a fast forward option here. 5, 4. Come on, Geico. Come on, Geico. Okay. So we're coding. Ooh, the underlying structure that is going to be able to access this is going to be a dictionary. A dictionary. MasterCast likes, why not just build a dictionary? Then you can pass your database in serialized field, or if you really want to make it into singleton, move it to resources folder and use resource.load skill database. So I'm trying to, I don't want to, you cut off for a second. Oh, I'm back. I'm sorry. Proton broke the stream. No. Proton could not see the clip. That's fascinating. Did I broke it? No, it's just pretty. Look at this pretty SDL and like art here. Ooh, look at it go. Very, very cool. Thank you for sharing, Proton. Forbidden C# C++ code. Just forbidden C+ code. So under the hood, this is going to be a dictionary from string to skill data. Okay. So we're going to be able to take our GUIDs and go to the skill data. This is going to be our lookup. Okay. So the idea is then we're going to sit when this field gets loaded, when this thing loads up, we're going to take this and basically turn it into a dictionary using the skill data objects there. Santa Teresa, you cut off for a second. Oh, thank you for letting me know. MasterCast was saying, why not just build a dictionary, then you can pass your database in serialized field, or if you really want to make it into a singleton, you can do that. So you cannot serialize in Unity. You cannot make the dictionary as a serialized field. That's the biggest thing here. What's up? I love C++. It's so versatile. Coded in Proton saying coded in C++, used STL. Yeah, it looks great. Great job. Ben the Rat says, hey, Captain. Welcome back, Ben the Rat. It's so nice to see you on this beautiful Sunday. How the heck are you? Were you able to? I know you were having some trouble with your project. Yeah, so there is a hacky way to do it. I could make this have like an serialized callback receiver. So this is essentially how I'm going to do it here. So you implement this interface, and we basically say when this thing deserializes and serializes, we load and unload it from this field here. So after we deserialize, we're going to take our skills here and we're going to load our dictionary up. And before we serialize, we don't actually have to do a whole lot because all the data, we're not going to be writing to this database here. So I don't think we have to do anything on before serialize. But after we deserialize, we need to loop through this list and basically register everything in this lookup here. So we're going to do lookup. It's going to be equal to a new dictionary. And then we're going to loop through. We're going to loop through here. The one thing I'm not sure is can we get the GUID without using the Unity editor? We might have to like register a GUID on them explicitly here. Santerre, sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, please correct me. Santeresa says, oh no, people find ways to do it. You need a custom inspector to do it, I think. Yeah, I don't need to make it into a custom inspector. I'm just gonna make it when we deserialize the list, it gets loaded into a dictionary. That's how I'm gonna do it. Ben there says, I'm doing Breddy fantastic. How about you? I'm doing Breddy fantastic too. Ben the Rat says, I have a problem when my character moves. He goes fast backwards and I can't move anymore. I don't know what to do. That sounds frustrating. But the question is it compiling? If it's compiling, you have a chance. If it's not compiling, you gotta get through that compilation issue. Ben says, ooh, that's a nicer solution that I was using. I was just overriding get set methods. This is much nicer. Yeah, so this one is sort of basically saying, okay, when we deserialize, we should loop through this. So we're gonna do for each skill data, skill in skills. So at this point, there's one thing we should do actually. We should say if skills is null, do nothing. So this can happen sometimes. So the first thing we want to do is we want to say, well, if skills is nothing, if skills doesn't exist, do nothing. It's going to turn it into a list at some point anyway. and we just end up with an empty dictionary, because that's what would happen. Otherwise, we're going to loop through this thing and be able to initialize it. That said, I don't think my skill has like a get, you know, I don't think I have, what's an instance ID? I don't have a GUID on this thing. And so I'm not entirely sure what to do about that, except in my skill node, skill data. One thought I have is to put a GUID here that is a serialized field. And this seems dumb. So at runtime, I need access to the GUID. Dremel says, posted in general chat how I use a lookup cache for anything scriptable object related or anything. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Thank you for that post, Dramux. Okay, so here we go. We have a static inventory item, get from ID, item ID. Yeah. So this is what I want to do. If item lookup cache is null, we initialize it. Yep, so we lazily load it. I want to avoid loading it from resources, but I might. So the database, so yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to do it using the database resource or not. Master says, although I would recommend to assign GUIDs or string names or whatever inside your skill data explicitly instead of using the Unity GUID because they tend to break sometimes. Resources are not that bad. SOs are tiny and it doesn't impact very much. So I think I might be able to get away. So Dramux, let me say, I want the end user of my library to have to do as little as possible. So if I put this in the resources folder, it forces them to do one more step. So if I can do it without using the resources folder, that's what I want to do. That's going to, if the resources folder is going to be my last resort, maybe not even the last resort. There might be further resorts that are last, but if I can do it without the resources folder, I would like to. But yeah, so essentially we load it up this way. Instead, I think we're going to make it so that our skill database, but a resources folder is really easy. Think of it just as a folder that you organize things. Yeah, for prototype, but I'm trying to do things the Unity way. Dramux, which basically says try not to use the resources folder. Instead, it says if you really need to do this, maybe you should use a streaming assets. And so I might want to look into streaming assets. I'm not going to do it on this project, but to understand, I need to learn about streaming assets to be able to do this sort of thing more effectively, more efficiently. But you are correct. The resource folder is really easy to use. I've used it quite extensively in the Marble game. So I just want to be careful about that. That said, anyway, I hope that makes sense. I hope you understand my reasoning, Dramux. Again, this is, if I was doing it just as a quick prototype for a game jam or something, that would be fine. Then there are dreaded addressables, I know. So we got to figure out exactly how I want to do this. Okay. Yeah, so I gotta kind of think it through. Dramux, thank you so much for sending that. This is very similar to the idea I have of we gotta initialize the cache somehow. And so I think I'm gonna make it so that your scriptable, your skills database gets dropped in a variety. It gets put somewhere. I don't know where. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do this. So I'm sort of like noodling through the idea right now, but my skill data needs to have a GUID on it to be able to reference it. Dramux says I also have a custom scriptable object which I extend and it creates a new GUID which you can expose. Part of me is thinking, so if I was gonna use the Unity GUID, but you're saying that might be a bad approach. Posted in general, I also have a custom scripted object which I extend and it creates a new GUID which you can expose. Let's look at that again. So here we have, let me open this up a little bit bigger. Here we have on before new GUID.toString. Yeah, so I was gonna do something like this. Equal Gaming says, "Hoy, hello, Equal Gaming. How are you today? How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it's a beautiful Sunday for you." This is what I was thinking about doing. Something like this is checking whether or not the GeoID existed yet, and then specifying it in that way. So you could potentially force it to be something. You can edit it if you want to, but if it's not set, you'll automatically get one. I'm doing fabulous, Equal Gaming. Thank you so much for asking. Thank you so much for asking. It's a beautiful Sunday. I'm here with the crew. We're coding. I'm learning stuff. We're learning things together. It's just fantastic. It's fantastic. Travis also has a little iHasID interface for Get GUID. I like that. iHasID is probably a good idea to put on something. I like this a lot for the serialized receiver. So over here, we want them. So the downside about the GUID is they do need to sort of be, they should actually be unique. Field, serialized field, public string GUID, get private set. So the idea is we're able to set these GUIDs. I really like your Dramulx, thank you for all your help here. So we're gonna do add points. Dramulx, this is awesome. 50 points to you. We also have Master Chaos the Leg has been awesome in all of your comments here. Thank you for that. I appreciate them greatly. Been fantastic here to listen and help get that help to you. Why not use a GUID struct? Is there a GUID struct? Is it Unity's GUID struct? Gypster, welcome back, my friend. GUID. So, Tuber Tugger, it's been a minute. What are we working on? We're still on the skill tree, Tuber Tugger. That's right. I don't know. We are working on a skill tree. I don't know if you've been here for this, but we're on day 6 here. We've made a lot of progress. On it, but we're trying to get a reference. So right now our skill node elements, let me show you a little bit of it. We're generating this UI based off of our skill tree object. Okay, so these UXML files are being generated from a specification here. So like if I have my Paladin, I can change this. I hit generate, it'll readjust this. So for example, maybe Divine Sense. Is this the right one? Paladin skill tree. Yeah, so if this Divine Sense should go to, this is interesting here because I thought Lay Hands was this thing. Let's remove, oh, am I just on the wrong? I am on the Paladin skill tree. Let's remove one of these. Remove, generate. There we go. So specifying the skill tree here, I can hit generate and it's going to regenerate my skill tree. I can adjust the positioning on those if I want to. eRaptor 101, welcome to the crew. eRaptor 101, thank you for the follow. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope you're doing well. eRaptor 101, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy, where we're learning to code. We're growing together as a crew. We're implementing a skill system this week. We're trying to finish implementing the skill system. We're on day 6. This is day 6. But welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. Gypster says, oh, sent a link. Gypster, let's check out that link. Thank you for sharing that Microsoft API link here. Eagle Gaming says, I'm a code using Python on Visual Studio Code. All right, so if I don't talk, I'm doing that. I send a picture of the code progression in the Discord. Awesome, Equal Gaming, you're always welcome to lurk here. I often like to think of this as a sort of co-working space for each other and ask questions if you have. Let's see if it's in .NET Standard 2.1. It is in .NET Standard, so we should be able to use it here. My question is, represents a globally unique identifier. Does this have some, this is interesting. Maybe we could do this. Skilled database. So this would be our, let's look at it. This is a great suggestion, by the way, Gypster. Sigian says, maybe because asset reference at Geo is a string, if someone makes a big game for mobile or with DLSN, he uses an addressable like me. It's possible that this could, this isn't gonna be serializable, I don't think. So in Unity, this won't be something I can serialize and access. Yeah, that's a big issue. I'm not going to be able to serialize this using the serialize field like this. I guess I could add one in, and then we could, under the hood, serialize the GUID. Dramo says, that's why I use what I use. Yeah, so I didn't, so let's add an I serialize callback receiver as well. Just so we can say, well, we're going to initialize this thing for us. On before serialize. I don't think we need to do anything here, but on after deserialize, one of the things we kind of want to do is make it so that after deserialize, GUID, if GUID, and I liked what you had there on your Dramox. I'm going to steal a little bit from you, Dramox, real quick. You had done this is null or white space. So this isn't just if it's empty, it's if it's null or white space. I like that. You need the on before. Oh, you're right. I have this in the wrong spot. Thank you. You're correct. Thank you for that. Dramox saving me for myself. Dramox, another 50 points for saving me from myself. I appreciate that. So our GUID here, we're gonna do if GUID is null, or I'm losing it, null or white space. This here. Also, you could make your own script object that extends SP and uses all that, so in the future it would be easier to do this. That extends the normal scriptable object class. Yeah, something like that. Let's keep playing around with this real quick just to see where I get. And we got Rollnecker, thank you for the follow. Rollnetka, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy, where we like to code and learn lots of things. So thank you for the follow. I thank you for the follow. I thank you for the follow, and welcome aboard. Rollnetka, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I appreciate you being here. The return why not string dot is null or empty, is null or I was gonna actually do a trim here, and then is null or empty like this. This is what I was planning to do. I was just saying that. Art, that's not Merry Christmas. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a that's a Captain Coder original. That's a Captain Coder original. I'm not sure what you're referring to. All right, so if it is null, or is some variation of null, so if we trim it and it ends up being null or empty. All right, cool. So I don't need this null here. Oh, the reason I want this null is because then I can't do a trim on it. So I got to check the trim there first, and then we'll do this. Equal Gaming, should I use Python or JavaScript? Captain, both are acceptable options. What are you trying to do, Equal Gaming? It depends. Sigian, I think I still need it because of the trim. If this is null, oh, I guess I could do this. All right, I don't need it if I do it this way. There we go. I still need it because it's calling this method unless, can I do null.trim? You're right. I don't know if I can do null.trim that way. But this should work. Thank yeah, I appreciate that. For looking out, for your contributions here. Oh, let's try again. 50 points. Thank you, Sigian. I appreciate you. All your help is super appreciated. All right, so if it's null this way, we're gonna go ahead and set it. And you have, Dramox, you have some kind of GUID dot, oh, okay, so you generated GUID using the GUID type. So this would be our GUID equals GUID dot, not that, dot new GUID dot toString, like that. And we'll go ahead and import this. Okay. So that should get it to us. It should be relatively unique. That said, you might end up in some situation where it's not. Let's check that out. Let's go look at our skills, see if they got a GUID attached to them. Equal Gaming says, I'm building an AI that can automate your computer when you open it or set it to open by itself. Really cool. Python is probably going to be easier to do because with JavaScript, you'll need to do a JavaScript. You'll need to do a Node.js if you're trying to control stuff on the screen outside of a browser. Okay, so this generates a GUID for us on all of these things that we should hopefully be able to use. Just if you duplicate an SO, then it will be a duplicate and you need to delete one of the SO's GUID fields so it creates a new one. So something you could even do, so something what I'm kind of planning to do is the skill database will detect for duplicates anyway. I would recommend Python. That's not to say that I actually do kind of dislike JavaScript. I write a lot of JavaScript and Python are both reasonable options. I think Python, it will be easier to get up and running than doing it through JavaScript, but that's me not having enough information about what automation systems exist with JavaScript. I've done automation systems with Python before. Sigian says, but if you don't need empty string, then is null or white space better? There are S and T symbols. Yeah, I'm not sure. So for me, I'm just gonna trim it out. I'm gonna trim it out and then we'll do it that way. I don't think it's gonna be a huge deal here. But that said, now I'm gonna be able to go into my lookup here. When we deserialize this, our lookup's gonna be skill.guid equals the skill itself. There's one caveat here is I want to detect duplicate, so I want to do a thing here, and maybe I can do this in one check, but I would do contains key skill.guid, and here I would do essentially I would want to do a debug.assert here, or throw an exception. So, but this should be a debug.assert that this is false, that we don't have this. And if we do, we're gonna basically have an error here that says detected duplicate GUID on, I'm gonna do an if here so I can get both the actual scriptable objects out and we'll have the information. So we're gonna do lookup.contains key skill.guid. If it contains this key, we're gonna have an issue. We're gonna have an issue here. Tuber Tugger says, Equal Gaming, what OS is your computer, or are you developing this for multiple platforms? That's a good question to ask. Dremel says, can check my check in general chat, Captain. I'll do that in just a second. Equal Gaming says, for mostly Windows, I don't know about Mac. Tuber says, if just for Windows, it might be worthwhile looking into Microsoft's native language, C++ or C#. That's potentially true. Reissue item ID here. Ooh, gotcha. I was kind of thinking that I could automate it here. It's for duplicate ones. The downside to this is like, yeah, I kind of need to have references if the GUIDs and stuff change. So there's like some gnarliness stuff that I'm gonna have to do later. Yeah. So that this is essentially one way to do it. Make sure that you don't have an automatic reassign it. That said, I won't be able to go and like dynamically find, so I'm gonna have all these references to these GUIDs throughout these UXML files. So I need to be careful if I rewrite the GUIDs. That said, that's a problem for future, Captain. So we're gonna get this working for now. But yeah, if the GUIDs change, really this should be like a not writable thing. There's a bunch of weird little edge cases on this that are really, really annoying. For now, I'm just gonna basically have this throw an exception, say, hey, you have 2 duplicate GUIDs, here's the 2 objects. You have to resolve this on your own. Good luck. Right, so that's sort of my quote unquote solution right now, is to throw an exception saying, hey, something terrible has gone wrong. You need to fix your GUIDs, and then it's not my problem; it's the user's problem that they have a duplicate GUID. Dremel says, my only edge case is when I duplicate an SO when I'm lazy and only one thing needs to change. I see. So you have yours set up to where, that's interesting. Where do you put this code? So this thing here, when does this execute? When do you execute this? Do you just have a button you click where you click it when it reopens? Equal Gaming says, Captain, you're using OpenAI, right? I use it sometimes, Equal Gaming. For the art, I used OpenAI. Or DALL-E, actually. No, Leonardo AI for these. I use OpenAI, though. Why do you ask? Okay, so if we contain this, I'm going to eventually I'm going to throw a new system.operation, invalid operation exception that detected duplicate GUID on, and then we're going to just say the two skills, skill.name and on skills, skill.name, and we'll get the other one here. And look up of skill.guid .name. So this might be confusing. You might have two skills with the same name or something, but this is what we're going to do for now. If we find the two, we look it up, and we're going to throw an exception here. It's just going to say, okay, well, you can't do that. Sorry. That's what we're going to do. Let's see what this says here. Eagle Gamer says, because in the marketplace that looks like what you are using that show on the tab. I don't know what you're referring to. That show, that show in the marketplace, that show on the tab. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, Equal Gaming. I'm sorry. She was saying, instead of nesting an if statement, could we use link in the for each to specifically only look at true items? True items. Tuber Tugger, instead of nesting F, are you here? No, I want this to fail. I want it to fail if you find one. Like specifically, I want it to be like, all right, we're not allowed to do this. If we find one, I want it to fail, and this is an exception. Your program can't run. Ideally, this never happens, but this is an exceptional case. If I was doing the debug.assert, maybe. So ideally now, when this thing deserializes, all right, so there is a thing here, an issue that I don't quite understand. On app, value cannot be null. Look up, it's saying that skill, is skill null here? Let's check it out. Dramulk's posted a pic on general for the use case. It's mostly in the editor detection as well as runtime. This will not likely happen. So if there's an existing item with the same GUID, the button is red, then I click it and it recreates one. Gotcha. But this is running every time, like, so you're looping through all of your items though. So like this is looping through every single item all the time. How often does this run? It's just once. It's once every time you create a new object. When it's called. Yeah, that's what I'm asking is, when is this called? Do you do something ahead of time? So do you click a thing that says like verify program? Or is this like when you duplicate it? Yeah, when you create a duplicate or make one new object, it's not continuous. So every time you make a new object, it runs. Okay, that's essentially what I was asking, is like, when is this called? This is relatively expensive. Every time the item is initialized. So anytime a scriptable object is loaded, this runs. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have lots and lots of anyway, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe I'm just misunderstanding when it happens. If I create a new scriptable object, it is okay. I mean, that seems like a reasonable time to do it. I don't know what is null here. Is skill null? Skill data is not serializable. System.serializable. I think that's what's happening here. Let's try that. Although system.serializable, shouldn't it? I don't know if I have to do that actually, but it's still an issue. Internet, internet, 007. Thank you for following me. Internet nut 007. Internet nuts ER 007. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for following me. I'd like to thank you for following me. Internet Nut ZR 007. Thank you for the follow, Internet Nut ZR 007. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I'm trying to get it right. There's a lot of letters there. There's a lot of words that those could potentially combine to be. But thank you so much for the follow and welcome aboard, my friend. Equal Game says 007 GoldenEye is my favorite. That was a good one. That's a good one. They just released the 007. I think it's the GoldenEye game for Switch. So like the N64 one just got re-released for Switch not that long ago. All right, I'm trying to figure out here. Let's go to my skill database. If I adjust this. What is null? Okay. Couldn't be called this, so it's saying duplicate because I have 2 items here. All right, so we shouldn't have duplicates. So not what I wanted, spell casting. It seems to work there if I hit run. Hang on, let me hit run. I don't understand what's null. Really, I use my N64 to play still. Yeah. So they made a new one for Switch. What is null here? Is lookup skill argument null except value cannot be null. Skill.guid must be null here. Let me see. Debug.log skill. And then debug.log skill.guid. This is interesting. Are we building a dictionary for the struct case of detecting duplicates? I need to be able to have a fast lookup from a GUID to a skill. So that way in my UXML files, so in my skill tree files, our skill node needs to be able to look up the actual skill. Right now we are storing the display name and display description. We need to actually get the actual object back. So my idea here is that this will have a GUID to the skill that we want to look up, and then we'll be able to use the skill database to access that. I'm checking for duplicates while we're building it up because we shouldn't have duplicate GUIDs, and so that is the exception. But on this line, this line here, we are ending up with a null. Skill.guid seems to be null, which is interesting. Skill, not null. Skill, what skill? All right, so there happens to be some skill without a GUID, which is interesting. Can I open up, or some sort of weird serialization thing? I didn't mean to do skill. I meant to do skill.name. I wanted to see which skill it was. Super Tiger says, I was thinking we should use a hash set for dupes, but if we need the dictionary after, your way is best. Yeah, so a dictionary is kind of like that. So there's some null skill coming through. It's Divine Sense, Hero. There's something coming through that doesn't have... All right, so we're going to do... This is super interesting. Divine Sense, Hero, lay hands. For some reason... Ben the Rat asks, hey Captain, do you know any code for when you walk, you rotate in any direction? I don't understand the question. So when you walk, you rotate in any direction. I don't understand exactly the question you're asking. It shouldn't be null. So you'll see right here, lay hand. Well, it's not getting lay hands. I don't know what object's coming through. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say if, well, one more thing. Let's do one more debug.log. Skill.name. Is skill an actual thing? Oh, it's like the serialized thing didn't have that value in it. We need to like skip it or something because it's trying to. Okay. Skill. Unity 2-string is not allowed to be called during serialization. Okay. So there's some sort of serialization thing here going on. One sec. I'm going to do if skill.guid is null. We are going to do a debug error log error detected null GUID while deserializing skill database, and then we'll just do continue. So I think this is just something previously was serialized here. I'm not sure. And then we're gonna see if we get all of. I meant to leave these in here. We should still get if we get all 5. I'm still gonna be happy. Well, looks like we crashed Unity. No, we didn't. Here we go. Skill shrubbery. Yes. Skill database. Get rid of you. Divine Sense, Hero, Lay Hands, Sacred Oath. I think it was just sort of caught up in memory during, there was a serialization issue. Get name is not allowed to be called during serialization. Oh, this should be capital name. Okay. So if the thing's in here twice, it's just like, hey, by the way, you shouldn't do this. And we might actually make it so that when we go to serialize this, we remove it duplicates that way. So down here on before serialize, I actually think I want to do my lookup. Sorry, not my lookup here. I actually think I want to take this dictionary and do skills is equal to lookup dot. I'm curious if this is gonna just drop everything out values dot toList. All right, so let's do using system dot link here. I'm curious if this will, so if I try and add the same thing twice, I'm curious if this is gonna be horrible or not. All right, so it killed it, but now if I try and add in, oh, I can't click add because it's trying to add the new skill there. Okay, so that was a bad idea. All right, we're just gonna ignore that. All right, we'll take that away. Royku says, wonderful Sunday, everyone. Yes, it is Sunday. There may not be much sunlight visible. The sun is still there. Trust me. That's true. Even if you can't see the sun is still in existence. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We didn't want to do live share. I accidentally started a live share. Let's close that. Goodbye. End session. Okay, so we didn't want to do that. This should tell us that there's a duplicate here. Sing a song about a mouse. Pac-Man, if you want me to sing a song about a mouse, you can do that. You can ask that. You can request that, but it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you. Over here on the Stream Store, if you would like me to sing a song about a mouse, all you got to do is 1,500 points, folks. 1,500 points, and I will sing an AI-generated song. And you can say, I want you to sing a song about a mouse from the South with a glass of sarsaparilla, and I'll sing that song. It'll generate a song, and I'll sing it to you, Pac-Man. But you're gonna have, it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you 1,500 channel points. But I'm happy to do it for 1,500 channel points, just for you, Pac-Man. All right, so let's change this to lay hands. 2%, I'd make you sing a song, but I'm waiting for the board game redeem. Gotcha, waiting for the board game redeem. Okay, so this seems to be resolving here. Okay, there was just something caught up. I think there's something caught up in the serialization here. So I'm gonna drop these now. Detected duplicate here. Dremel Scott's 26,000 big ones. Those big old points. Then I'll need to save points, Pac-Man. Yeah, so how many points do you have, Pac-Man? If you do exclamation points, detected null GID while deserializing. This is fascinating that it's detecting one of these like every time. All right, let's come down here. I'll make this Sacred Oath. and we'll come down here and we'll make this spell casting. This would be better as an editor warning, some warning up here that says you have a duplicate. So it might make sense to make a custom editor for our database. Just 276, that's all right. You'll get some more. You'll level up those points. Rook says, I'm so used to getting paid for having to listen to the singing. Now the tables have turned. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Are the skills initialized with the new GeoID? So these all have it. There seems to be one element or something in the lookup. So it is finding them all. So at the end of the day, I was seeing them all here. There's like one extra skill or something in there. I don't quite understand that. But let's check it out. Let's do a debug.log lookup.keys. Let's get all the keys. Look at all the keys. Make sure that they're in here, and we'll do a string.join. Comma. Let's see. At the end of the day, do we have 5 things in here? I'm curious. Are we building that dictionary from scratch every time an item is added? So yes, we're building it each time this skill database is serialized, essentially. So it looks like there is an issue. Detected null. So there's something funky going on with these. Okay, so we're not getting them. We're not getting them in there. And that is disappointing. We have them all now. Why they're like not, that's not good. That's not good. Once I'm here, I can kind of get it. All right, but it's like it's rebuilding. Can I change the order in which these deserialize? I want my skill data objects to deserialize first. So I think what's happening is that the order that things are getting deserialized. So if I were to change this code here, let's add a space here so it'll force it to recompile. When it comes here to build the project, it's trying to do something with these, and these specific objects haven't been deserialized yet. I'm 90% sure what's happening. So notice we got 3 errors, and then we got 2 in there. And so I want it to like delay the construction of this thing. Okay, so we might not be able to do it on deserialize. This is fascinating to me. We might need to do it at unless I can force it to deserialize those others. The skill datas like don't exist yet. That information hasn't been populated yet. That's so interesting to me. We could go the opposite direction where the skill data end up registering themselves on the database. That's one way we could do it, I think. That would be an interesting way to do it. Proton says karaoke. You know, to Royko, you're getting paid to listen to the singing. No, it's because sometimes my songs are so bad I give out points for having to listen to my bad songs. How are we on the break? The break timer hasn't gone off yet. Something terrible's happened with my break timer. All right, folks, I do need to take a break. I just saw we've been going for 1 hour and 45 minutes. I was wondering about that. I was like, I feel like things are going a long time. So we're gonna take a break here. Break timer needs a break. Yeah, we're gonna take a break here, reset, break, just in case I forget to reset it later, break. That's interesting. I know what happens to that. I'm gonna go get myself some more bean water. We're gonna get some coffee. We're gonna come back. We're gonna do some stretches. Then we're gonna try and figure out this serialization thing here. That is some break time. That's right. All right, folks. So hang tight. The captain shall return. When we get back and do some stretches. So get yourself prepared. Get yourself ready. Get the whole family together so we can all take care of our bodies, folks. The captain shall return momentarily. All right, everybody. Thank you for hanging tight with me. The captain has returned. I've got myself some bean water. It's a little too spicy. Can't drink it just yet. It needs to cool off. What are we going to do while we wait? We're going to do some stretching, folks. So get on up. Get on up. We're going to take care of ourselves. Do some stretches. We've been hunched over here for far too long, almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. So get on up. We're going to do some stretching, folks. Do some stretchings. Get those arms up at the side. Get those arms up at the side. We're going to rotate back and forth. Back and forth. Stretching out. Stretch out that up. Oh, yeah. Don't want to snap back and forth. Nice and easy. Rotations back and forth. As you get to the side, maybe push just a hair. Just a hair. No pain, but just get that stretch. Get that body moving. Get that body moving. Get it moving nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a good one. I love this. I love this stretch. Okay. I love a lot of these stretches, though. I said it a lot. All right, arms up. Now we're going to lean side to side. As you're rotating side to side, you lean into it. Really get that stretch in, folks. Really get that stretch in. You got to take care of yourself. You got to take care of your body. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you got to take care of it. One way to take care of it is to make sure you get up and move, prevent those RSIs, the repeated stress injuries. All right, we're going to do some crosses. You're going to go down this time. Down and to the side and then back up. And then down and to the side. Back up. And then down and to the side. The Lord says dance. Dance. We're going to dance. Get that blood flowing. We're going to dance. The Lord, thank you for the dance now. This is how the captain dances. This is how the captain dances. Dance for it. All right, and then we're going to go back to our stretches. Back to our stretches. And up. And down. And up. And down. All right, let's take a deep breath. Deep breath. Stretch on up. Reach up to the sky. That's right, a dance party. That's right. And hold it. Breathe normally. Get up on those tippy tops. Up on your tippy toes. Arms up. Stretching up as high as you can. Get that nice stretch. Just a little tension. It shouldn't hurt. We're going to take a deep breath here. Deep breath. And then as we exhale, go ahead and roll down. Roll down. You're going to hinge at the hips. Hinge at the waist. And just hang. Do not lock those knees. You don't want to cut off the blood flow. You're stretching your glutes and your lower back here. Try not to arch your back forward. Instead, really focus on just hinging at the hips, letting those arms hang. I'm gonna hold this for 10 seconds, folks. If you can touch your toes, that's awesome. If you can't touch your toes, that's okay. We're building up to it. I couldn't touch my toes at the beginning of the year, and I've been doing this almost every day. And I can touch my toes now after about 2 months. It took about 2 months to get there, 8 weeks. All right. And breathe in, and as you breathe in, slowly roll on up. And shoulders up. Back and down. We're gonna do some shoulder rolls. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbow. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. All right, folks, shake it out. Shake it out. Thank you so much for joining me in those stretches. I know you did. Taking care of your body. You gotta love yourself. I love you. You should love you. 50 points to all of you for joining me in those beautiful stretches. Taking care of your beautiful selves. Let's go ahead and zoom back in here. Riku says, I like the dance part. Me too. That really got my blood flowing, folks. Dancing, singing, all those things. Good for your body. Good for the soul. Good for the muscle. All right, let's hop back in here. Come on, camera. I believe you can find the camera. There we go. There we go. We're gonna hop back in here. So there seems to be this interesting deserialization issue. So I'm tempted to do the following. It seems to be related to these scriptable objects not being ready. So there's something we do. We can make it so the scriptable object adds itself when it gets deserialized. That's one option. part of me kind of likes that, but then it sort of forces us to say, okay, well, what database are you associated with? The database should know about the skills shouldn't know about the database, I don't think. I think that's a little bit weird. Roku says, pouring some bean water into my mug too. Nice, nice. Yeah, we got some nice, delicious bean water here for us now. We also got some regular life water, just regular water. It's the drink of life, the drink of all living things. It's good. So I think I'm gonna do this sort of silly thing. I don't think it's silly, but we're gonna make it so that we have an init dictionary here. Lance says, I'll preface this by saying I was being careful. Working on these exercises, my left shoulder popped pretty loud a couple of days ago. For the record, since then I have tried full range motion in that shoulder for the first time in over 18 months. Thank you. No, thank you, Lance, for giving it a shot. Thank you for taking care of yourself, being the best you can be. I'm just trying to get you guys to take care of yourselves. Proton's asking the audience, is there anyone in hi-fi systems that involves existence of a PC? Audience question. Is there anyone into hi-fi systems that involves existence of a PC? Proton would like to know. Also, folks, we have a very important, we have a couple really important people here in our audience. ITC Studios is here in the audience, folks. Amazing indie game developer and pixel artist. You'll see the beautiful pixel art on the screen there. She's currently working on a 2D action adventure role-playing game, Anomaly. Gotta go check it out. Check out her stream. Give her some love. Got popcorn over there. We got popcorn and love. Go check it out. ITC Studios, we appreciate you being here. ITC Studios, incredible pixel artist. Opening up commissions next month. Devro, gonna prep my stream. Catch you later. Have a beautiful day, Devro. Have a wonderful stream. I hope I have time to catch it. Enjoy your day. Take care, my friend. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Be the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so I'm gonna make it so that this thing gets initialized here in our lookup. I really don't like that. I'm gonna write a method, private void initialize dictionary. Initialize. We just have a private void initialize. And this thing is gonna do this, essentially. Initialize, so I really wanted to do it in here, but that's not gonna work for us. All right, we're gonna drop this. Roiku says, who all is currently wanting to work on something but lack the motivation? I think that's like everyone, including myself. There's always something more that I want to do. Having the motivation can be hard. Sometimes you just gotta, it's hard to get that motivation. I completely understand it. Tim Spurgeon says, good morning. Good morning, Tim. Tim, how the heck are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it's a beautiful Sunday for you. I hope it's a beautiful Sunday for you. Okay, so initialize, we're gonna say if lookup is null, it is not equal to null. We're gonna return, well, really, this should return a dictionary of string. Well, I'm gonna make this, all right. I'm gonna make this a private dictionary string skill data lookup like this. And this is going to be lookup is equal to initialize like this. And initialize is going to return this type. The initialize does not exist in the current context. Oh, I deleted the word initialize. Get rid of the void here. There we go. Tim Surgeon says, I'm awake and it's beautiful always. I'm glad to hear that. Roku, I've been wanting to program all day and last night too, but I just couldn't start doing it. Now I'm feeling a bit more like maybe I can start programming, but how could we get inspired or motivated to start? It's tough. Stretches help, energizing help. For me, I gotta get up and start. When I wake up, if I don't start doing something right at the beginning of the day, I turn into a blob. I turn into a blob, don't get much done. For me personally, I'm not gonna say that's gonna work for everyone, but for me personally, my approach is the first thing in the morning, I got to get up and start doing something. That's why I always do wake up and code. That's when I feel like I have the most energy, and then it feels good. The rest of the day, I feel like I've accomplished something and can just focus on that. So if lookup is not equal to null, we're going to return lookup. Return. Another one is, getting yourself pumped up can be hard too. Dramux was saying, thinking about what the new system to implement is what motivates me. That's good. Lance replying to Rico, I find coding is a lot like writing. Some days your muse is speaking and occasionally it's silent. Yeah, what helps me is to change gears. I get stuck on space project, I switch to a creative writing or a role-playing game. Rico says, I have a cool system to implement, so I'm very interested, but the steps to get up, making it feel heavy. Yeah, I often find, so I will say, ever since I learned about Twitch, not just Twitch, I've known about Twitch a long time, since I learned about the software development community on Twitch, I find that for me, watching other people is really inspiring. So checking out what Art is doing, so the Warlock's Gauntlet, such an inspirational project to me. Dramox isn't a streamer, but watching Dramox's Game Evolve has been super inspiring me. You guys all inspire me. Mooniz is one of my biggest inspirations. Mooniz isn't here right now. Mooniz is streaming. But Mooniz, folks, if you're not following Mooniz, he is one of my biggest inspirations for coding. He's taught me so much about Unity. Incredible streamer. Always working on something, something cool in Unity, excellent programmer, but just making sure that we stay inspiring ourselves and our friends. And, that's one of the reasons I'm enjoy the stream is it motivates me because I know it's motivating other people. For me, that is a huge bonus. And it keeps me motivated. Proton sent a link to an AliExpress item. What are we getting here? Some DDR3, DDR4 computer memory. What are these DDR4? What exactly is what type of memory is this? How much RAM? iFi audio filter, computer memory bit, power filter purification module. Interesting. I don't understand what this is though. Get a 3,000 pieces. You get 1% off if you get two. Oh, I thought I was saying you get 1% off if you buy 3,000 of them. Not quite. Water purifier. Yeah, I don't quite. Power filter purification module. Oh, it's BS. Gotcha. I was wondering. I don't know what this is. This is like. Gotcha. There we go. Okay, so I was trying to understand what it was. Lance says to Roku, absolutely, the overall space project is incredibly daunting. There's no way I'll ever do it. That's maybe not true. If you do little pieces at a time. Lance says, if I find that something is too heavy, that is an indicator to me that I need to break it down into smaller chunks. Exactly. Once I solve a small piece of the puzzle, it helps to push me into solving the rest one step at a time. Sometimes the first step is take a deep breath. I kid you not, the actual works. I have a story about that later. Awesome. We also got an ordinary boy in our crew. Ordinary boy, thank you for following me. We've got an ordinary boy in our crew. Thank you, my friend, for following today. Ordinary boy, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you so much for the follow. Ordinary boy asked, does Unity convert C# scripts to native code? Do we need to install Mono for playing Unity games on Linux? I am not 100% sure. I think the answer to that question is yes. But I'm not 100% sure. And that's because they're using... In the future, I don't think that will be the case. Can anyone who uses Linux specifically for Unity development speak to that? I personally don't know. I'm pretty new to Unity, but I believe that is the case, that you need to have Mono to run Unity, not necessarily to make games for Linux. I think the package that comes with it runs it. But anyone else able to speak on that question itself? Here we go. Here we go. So this initialize here, if skills is null, it shouldn't be null at this point. We're gonna loop through it here, initialize, and then down at the end, we return lookup like this. Okay. Regathian says you do need mono on Linux. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't 100% sure. Not for playing, but for building, for using Unity, you need mono. I think when it builds, it compiles down. There's a module you can get to compile to Linux that uses the IL to C++. So intermediate language to C++, so it compiles to a native binary, I believe. Not 100% sure though. Lance says, definitely lean more towards YouTube if I'm honest, Roku, mostly because the YouTube vids don't go poof after a week. Yeah, I like that too. All right, so now our lookup, I'm surprised this lookup is complaining. The skill list already contains a definition called lookup. Look up. All right, so this shouldn't be called lookup. This should be lookup. I'm gonna call this database. Okay. And you shouldn't access it through this. Okay, so now I'm gonna go do look. I don't like that this gets here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna say private private void on enable. Thanks. Autocomplete. On enable, we're going to initialize like this. So on enable, we initialize, this sets lookup. It should initialize lookup on enable, and everything should be in existence at that point. Lance says also, Cap, wasn't meaning to say that I won't ever finish the space game. Yeah, I didn't finish. I should have read everything instead of just commenting as I read. It's been trying that a little bit. Exactly. So it's a daunting project. The project itself is huge. Also, I forgot to reset my break timer. Reset break. It's a daunting task. I think I just, as I was reading it, I was commenting as I was reading. So I apologize for that. Okay, so the idea here is lookup is just gonna be database of GUID. Like this. That's really what it should be. Lobster Cover says, hi Captain, hi chat. My favorite ASMR streamer is on. I hope you all, am I your favorite ASMR streamer, or are you referring to someone else? Because that's really funny for me to think of my talking and my stream as ASMR. That's really funny to me. That's funny. That's okay. I'm happy. I know I'm the background noise of a lot of people. Someone saying, "Oh, I leave you on the, you're on the TV while I'm working around doing stuff around the house." I find that kind of funny. But as I've been getting more into Twitch, I kind of get it, right? It's almost like listening to I think of it's almost like a radio show. When I listen to other streamers, I start going like, oh, it's kind of like a radio show. It's on there and you're kind of listening, you're kind of doing stuff at the same time, but you can also chime in and talk to them. Really, really cool. I've really been enjoying it. So we're gonna try this, initialize this way. Okay, so on enable is gonna initialize it that way. So I'm thinking this will work, because it's not going to be until at a later time. Something going on with the deserialize there, and that makes me sad. So if Master Chaos Deleg, if you're still around, I think this is what you were originally suggesting, is that, lazy loading the database when it goes to get reference. And so that's what we're going to try now instead. All right, we'll see if this builds real quick. Lobskovic says, yes, you are. Oh, you already said that though. Also, I often come back to the chat and repeat what someone said. But if I missed something in the chat, just let me know. I often miss stuff in the chat. Okay, so now in our generator, our generator is going to need a reference to a database. All right, so the metadata, in addition to this, we kind of need our skilled database. Part of me wants to make this a singleton, but maybe we'll pass it around. You could have multiple skilled databases. I don't know what the best way to do it is. For now, I'm gonna make it so you have to pass in the skill database. Art says video killed the radio star, but they were resurrected by Twitch. Yeah. that's hilarious. That joke there is really good, Art. Excellent joke. The video killed the radio star. How many people know that song here in the Twitch chat? How many people actually know that song? That's really funny to think about. That, you know, Zaylord says +1. Zaylord knows what we're talking about. Skill database. So this is where we're gonna get our GUIDs from as we're doing this. Skill database. Skill database doesn't exist there. So we need an idea. We need okay. So we have to be able to pass in. So over here, we're gonna need an iSkill database, new file, iSkill database, because we aren't gonna have one ahead of time. So our skill node generator, let me steal this header here and have an interface iSkill database. White Grave says, was not alive when it was popped, but I heard it as a little kid. Yeah, I don't know, when did that song come out? Does anyone know when that song came out? I could look it up, but essentially, okay, so this is gonna have to be able to get an skill database is returning, shouldn't return a skill data, it needs to return an iSkill. Okay, it's gonna return iSkill lookup string GUID. So we need to be able to look up an iSkill in this way. Regaden says, do you have any IntelliSense issue when using Unity with VS Code? Did a workshop and one of my coworkers had issues with it not autocomplete for the first period on a line. On Windows, it works really, really well without any sort of extra configuration thing, or I've had it work really, really well without any extra configuration sort of stuff. You do need to make sure that you have the VS Code. If you're on, it depends on your version. It's a little bit different in each version, but there is a VS Code package that you want to install if you're on 2022. You have to install this to get it talking with it. 2021, you don't. You do want to make sure that you build it properly in your project settings. Is it project? Yeah, editor. Not editor, sorry. This is in the preferences. So there are some things you have to be aware of when it stops responding of regenerating the project files here, Regathian. So I would first make sure that it's set up to use Visual Studio Code in the external tools. If this isn't there, you're gonna run into troubles with the autocomplete for sure. On Mac, getting this to work can be a little bit painful. So the reason I use VS Code is my students work on Mac, Linux, and Windows. Mac is the one that's the most painful to get working perfectly. So I'd say make sure in the external tools he's able to select Visual Studio Code. You have to install Visual Studio Code. You can't just have it downloaded on the computer. It has to be in your applications. That's the biggest thing that gets missed as students. You can download Visual Studio Code and just run it outside of it being installed. You have to drag it, you have to install it in your applications to be able to get it accessible here. Once you have this, it usually starts working fine. It usually starts working fine once you regenerate the project files. I hope that helps. If your friend needs help, I'm happy to help them out. Send them to the Discord. Send them to the Discord, and I'd be happy to help them out, have them send screenshots of what's going on, because I've debugged VS Code and Unity on Mac many, many times. Yeah, so you have to get the regular version. You have to have it installed for Unity to be able to find it. It's having trouble finding the skill database here. Instead of a skill database, this is gonna be an iSkill database now. That is what this is gonna do. And our skill database is actually going to be implementing iSkill database. And this is interesting. I'm gonna have to abstract this to a higher level. This should return an iSkill like that. And then this thing, GUID dot database. This should be complaining. Let me get it there. Do some complaints here. There's no argument given. Yeah. To XML skill tree generator. This is going to need our iSkill database as well. Database. And we'll save that private read only iSkill database. We're going to save that here. Database. I'll put this on a new line just so it's a little easier on the eyes. I don't know if that's easier on the eyes or worse on the eyes, to be honest. And we propagate our database down. So this is the downside of not using the singleton databases. Now we have to pass that database and propagate it down into all of our components here. So I'm not sure I like that, that aspect of this. Let's see here. This should be complaining somewhere. Okay, so here, our skill tree data, this thing needs to know about the iSkill database. So field, serialized field. This is where the things get a little bit tricky in my mind, this is where the singleton would be useful. iSkill database, skill database, get private set. I know it's an iSkill database here in the subclass. This is going to be, ooh, that's interesting. In the subclass, can I make this? Interesting. Okay, I have to add in another type here. That's a D for our database. So this is gonna be a D here. I'm gonna call it DB for database. And then this is going to be where we have several where clauses here. And where DB extends iSkill database. So we have to be able to specify our specific type of skill database. Just tell me I need to maybe make a generic skill database scriptable object in our, yeah, not in our demo. So outside of the demo, I'm not sure. We're gonna keep going here, massaging this out and thinking through this process, but it's getting a little bit messy. But right here, we should have, we should be able to pass in the skill database here. Skill database, like that. Okay, what is we should have more errors. I'm surprised there aren't more as we go. Hang on, here it goes. Now this one here is gonna say that this should be our skill database. Like that. Okay, I can't believe this build. I'm a little confused in general. I guess I got all the typing in there. But our skill tree generate propagates that down into our skill node generator. And the skill node generator now should be able to, our iSkills, these need to have a GUID. Public string GUID. Get like that. That's where this is all. Okay. This needs to have a GUID as well. Let's see what that breaks. Because it's not actually a skill it's sort of broken up into two components where you have your generic interface and then you actually have an implementation of it later. So our skill node now, rather than do display name, we want to do skill node.set attribute GUID, and then we're going to do to convert.skill.GUID. So we should be able to set the GUID like this. We'll be able to drop these. And then in our skill node element, this should have a GUID field. No display here. So this is going to be our GUID. And when we initialize this thing, it's going to take in a GUID like this. And basically propagate that over to, I'm going to create a field here called GUID. This needs to match this in camel case. I'm wondering if I can do it. I might need to do it like this, and I don't like that. That makes me. We're gonna find out if that's true. I'm pretty sure it has to be this way. GUID here. So we're gonna pass that GUID through, and now with that GUID, we should be able to do the following. I'm gonna create on the skill node element. We're gonna have a property that returns an iSkill. So you're gonna be able to get back the actual skill. Let me look at our iSkill type actually. iSkill. This is interesting because I know our iSkill type. Oh, our iSkill needs to have our sort of requirements on it. So we have I think this might not be defined properly. Our interfaces might not be working properly because our iSkill doesn't have the requirements associated with it. We might actually need this to be our iSkill skill node in our iSkill tree. Where's our tree data? Tree data. We essentially need to get back the not just the skill but the parent object of this thing. Okay, so I think I can do that. Okay, I don't need we're not going to have the skill be here. Instead we just have the GUID and we can use that elsewhere. I think I can do it that way. The one little, yeah, because we'll know in our actual game that we have it's not an iSkill database. We'll know for sure this thing needs to, oh, this is interesting. This is an interesting thing. This should be our the type here. This shouldn't return a skill. It should return an S, where S is an iSkill, because we want to be able to get out our own custom, our derivative of iSkill, the subclass, which is our skill data. So this needs to be something that extends iSkill, but not necessarily the iSkill itself. It's going to be an implementation of iSkill. So this is going to cause a whole bunch of compilations, I think. So yeah, we need to come through here in our iSkill database of this whole thing. Interesting. Interesting here. I'm wondering if we can do something like, can I create a public S separate lookup? Why not implement iSkill as a scriptable object? Any reference from the skill node, that way you can create skill together. So skill data implements iSkill, and skill data is a scriptable object. So the main idea, Regathian asks, why not implement iSkill as a scriptable object and reference it from the skill nodes? That way you can create skills in the editor and use the skill tree to tie it together. So we are trying to implement a skill tree library. So we might need to do that. We have two different things. So my Captain Coder folder here is a library that's generic. It contains everything you need. So the idea is this contains everything you need to create skill trees. And then the demo is a separate assembly that says, okay, in a specific game, you might do it this way. So each game, you should be able to have a different set of scriptable objects. So your skill type might be different from game to game. So we're trying to create a skill tree library. So what I'm saying is have the skill nodes reference skill data. So skill node, so skill node here. So it depends on what you mean. A skill node elements. This is at the end of the day just a string. At the end of the day, this gets distilled down to a string, and so you can't actually have a reference there to it. And so you're essentially suggesting what I'm trying to do here. What I'm trying to do is our skill node needs to use this GUID, needs to use the GUID to be able to get to your skill tree, to the actual skill element, right? So the skill, so what I'm realizing here is our skill doesn't have any requirements, the interface doesn't have any requirements on it. Our skill data is our actual implementation that has the requirements on it. Anyway, I'm trying to reason my way through this. It's becoming quite complex. It's becoming quite complex to manage it in a generic way where I want to be able to like move this into various projects. Have the skill nodes reference skill data. The skill node itself cannot reference it directly. It needs to reference it via a GUID. That's the one thing here, is it needs to be referenced via a GUID, because at the end of the day, we cannot serialize the skill into this UXML file. So that's one challenge. That's the whole reason we put the GUIDs in, so I could look it up later. I want to be able to look it up later. That said, the actual skill node element is not part of the specific game. So the skill, this is part of the library, and so there is no sort of skill data scriptable object in this assembly. And so I might actually need to make a generic skill data type that you have to put in there. Regathian says, putting the requirements on the skill data is a bit problematic since you're basically mixing skill tree stuff with the skill itself. Exactly. So I wanted the requirement. Well, the reason I have to do that, the reason I've done that, Regathian, is I want to be able to have, in this specific game, the skill itself has these requirements. So required level, required skill point. So everything's gonna have that. And so you add your requirements here for the skill. So in this specific game, that's how these requirements are defined. The alternative would be to put it on the skill tree here and make this more complex. So we could make it so that we add in, instead, create a thing called requirements, and then you have to specify, okay, well, here's the skill and here's the requirement associated with it. So what we've done is say like, okay, well, this skill requires that you have good only requirement. So this here, you can think of this as not just a skill, but this is an implementation of the iSkill such that it includes requirements. I don't know if that makes sense. And you know, please continue backseat coding, because my design could be flawed, and I'm seeing that right now. The element could reference the requirement in the tree. So the challenge there is if I have two skill trees with the same skill, now I have to define those requirements twice. When in fact I just sort of want this to be a requirement, a general. So I think we could do it that way, but I want it to be independent of the game. So the person who's using the library can define it that way if they would like to. But I am trying to get the requirements back. When I click on a node here, I do want to get the requirements back. And let me think about this. So let me look at my skill tree. If you have two trees with the same skill, you might want different requirements, especially if you have dependencies on other skills. That's true. And the way I've set up the system, it can do that. That's just not how I've defined it in this specific, in the demo here. So you could potentially do that. Let me go to the iSkill tree type. iSkill tree. Skill tree data. Okay. So skill tree happens to have this skill treeable. We can get an iSkill tree back. So the way it's defined, maybe. So we have skill node. So this is your root nodes, and we have a get node. So I think we might want to make it so that yes. So we want to be able to access, the skill tree needs to have a GUID as well. That would make sense, because then if we have the I skill, we can actually get the specific skill implementation back out. Brigathian says another nice coupling is you get less coupling between the skills and the tree, making it more reusable. So the skill tree, I think, is super reusable. The skill tree itself is super reusable. It's just in the sort of, when I've gone and extended it, I've said, okay, well, this is the system that I want to use in this specific game. And that's why, if we look at the I skill here, there are no requirements on the I skill interface, because I'm saying like, well, a skill doesn't necessarily have to have it. I'm just saying that, okay, in this specific implementation of the game, all right, so my skill data, I've said, okay, well, in this specific implementation, this specific subclass, in this demo game, I'm saying that the skill data does have it. You don't have to do it that way. I'm just saying that this is one way you could do it. But the interface itself doesn't require that. And so what I'm noticing here is I actually need a reference to the skill tree. So in my UXML, the skill tree at the top, actually we need a GUID to the skill tree object to be able to get that skill tree reference back out. So that is what this is informing. Regathian, thank you so much for being my rubber duck. Regathian for contributing in this way, fantastic. Thank you so much, 50 points to you. This really helped me think through this. I appreciate that very, very much. But yeah, the skill tree element here needs to have a GUID on it that we can get back out. So these elements will know about what the actual skill tree is in that way. All right, so let me go here and fix on select. We're gonna drop this for now. Skill tree info controller. This is why I think a singleton for the skill database would be nice, because now I'm having to like put the skill database in a lot of places. So I'm not sure I like that design. It's really, 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 really frustrating that I have to drag that. Or maybe I don't. The skill info controller needs to get it somehow. To be able to set these things, so we would be able to look it up. So so there should be a field here, public skill database, database, get private set. Why is my caps lock on? Private set. The skill tree has the database. Is that not enough? The skill tree doesn't have the database. The skill tree doesn't have the database. So, this is interesting. This is interesting. Skill tree, skill info. Hang on. When I click on this skill node element, okay, you're right. I don't need it. The skill node element should have it on it. No, the skill node element doesn't. The skill node element only has the GUID. Yeah, the skill node element only has the GUID, and yeah, it only has the GUID here. So this is like the node, the skill GUID. This is the skill. Let me rename this. Hang on, I need to reload. Oh, there's compilation issues. That's why this isn't highlighting. I think I took care of those though. Rebuilding it here. Okay, so our skill node, still not. Let me refactor that. There we go. Skill GUID. So this would be our skill GUID, but it would know which tree it belongs to. The skill doesn't know what tree it belongs to. The skill node knows what. The skill node actually doesn't know what tree it belongs to either. I could make it know what tree it belongs to. So I could potentially put in here skill tree GUID. So if we look at the XML, the skill node is unaware of it. The parent has it inside of it. The child doesn't necessarily know that it's in there. We could add that in to the skill node element. So we could put that here. So this would be skill tree GUID, just so we have quick access to it. We could put it in here and then enforce skill tree GUID, and then we take in tree GUID. Would be a string. We could do it this way. Well, you wouldn't need to serialize it. You could pass it along when you instantiate. Exactly. So I'm thinking that might be what we do here. Skill tree GUID gets set this way. So we sort of propagate it down as string skill tree GUID. So in this case, our database, so this is our skill, let's go to our skill tree, our skill database. This might actually have a lookup that takes, lookup skill, and it will also have a art. Says, Captain, I'm heading out for a long run. Thank you again for demoing my demo on your stream. I enjoyed it immensely. I enjoyed it immensely. No, thank you, Art, for sharing that with us. Everyone, if you don't know Art, Art's an incredible game developer, designing his own engine in C++, incredible streamer, game developer, creating the Warlock's Gauntlet. Awesome demo. We streamed it earlier. If you want to go back and rewatch, you can. I might play it a little bit more if I can get some more progress on this. Fantastic, beautifully fun game, coming to a Steam page near you, but give them some love, folks. I've learned so much over on ArtStream, doing C++, and just, incredible artist, so much fun, incredible community over there. So thank you, Art, for being here. Have yourself a beautiful day. As always, you are welcome back anytime, my friend, anytime. So we might also want to have, in addition to getting the skill data back, we would want to have an I skill tree. This is so interesting because the skill tree types, for now I'm going to do the concrete type. This would be our skill tree data. Skill tree data has the ability to get the skill tree off of it. Okay. So this would be our skill database, skill tree data. These are our explicit types in the demo. So I'm doing this and I'm going to massage it down, hopefully, into more generic. Look up tree string GUID. And this skill tree data. Skill tree data has... Oh, what's our explicit type underneath? This should be our game skill tree data. This would be our game skill tree data. So this is like our demo game skill tree data. We want to be able to look up that specific skill tree with a GUID. And so our skill tree needs to have a GUID on it. Field, serialized field. We're going to give this a public string GUID. We're going to do the same thing we did with the other one, private set here. And we are going to make this iSerialized callback receiver. We're going to add this in here. And on before... this should not be inside that chunk. I don't think it should be. Is it deserialized? Is this an editor only thing? I don't think so. I don't think that should be an editor only, because you can save and load things at runtime. Our on before serialize should work less like our skill data did, where we generate a GUID in this way. So our game tree data, let me move this, not game tree data, our skill tree data, it's going to work this way. Format for me. Let's import this system dot here. Regating, I'm a bit surprised your tree needs to be generic. I'd imagine it would just manage nodes, connections, positions, and then call a renderer for tooltips and stuff that might look up additional skill data. So Regathian, we are building a generic library that can be dropped. The idea is to build a library that can be dropped into any project. And so by genericizing it, It allows the person using my tool, using the library, to specify what we don't know what their skilled game type looks like. We don't know what their skill data looks like because it's some other project. So we have to use a generic to say, hey, you can make a skill as long as your skill extends iSkill. You can, and then you have to have an iSkill. So we're using it generically because they can then specify whatever subclass they want into the skill tree data. So that one of the learning goals on this project was to play around with and learn more about making generics, exploring more generic types for generalization in the library. So now they can use their own scriptable object definitions. They don't have to use mine. Rita says, I meant if you have a render for tooltips, the tree wouldn't need to know about the skill. Yeah, so you're right though, that the tree doesn't need to know about, the tree has a skill node. The tree has a skill node, and inside of that, it has some type associated with it. Yeah, so we've made like, this interesting library here. So the goal of this project was, can I build a generalized skill tree system? I could, it wouldn't be crazy hard to write your own skill tree for a specific game, right? So can you write a skill tree for a specific game? That's not that challenging. That's not true. There are challenges with that. But the question is, can we build a skill tree system that lets us generalize a skill tree of this form, and then someone can use it in their game, in a different game, but still have enough flexibility to say, oh, well, my skill data, the way my skills work are different than yours, but the skill tree works the same. That's the main challenge that we're trying to explore on this project. And I've learned so much about generic types doing this and how they interact and how to, make it more generalized. But the idea is, if you want to just use it plain out of the gate, you basically drop my library, and that's the CapCoder skill.unity, and you just say, okay, well, I create a new thing, a game skill tree data, and it uses these types. I have a thing called a skill database. This is my implementation. I have a thing called an iPlay character. That's my implementation of the skilled entity. And my skill data is the game data. And then those things just have to implement iSkill. Essentially, this has to implement iSkill to make it work here. And iSkill doesn't define all of these things, but it defines a subset thereof. Strambox Captain will sell assets on the store. No selling. All open source, not for sale. Open source. We're exploring some stuff here. This is not high enough quality to be for sale. Equal Gaming says, Captain, I made a simple code. It took me 2 days, but I think it's working good right now. I'll fix some bugs. You think it's working good? Excellent. Nice work, Equal Gaming. If you'd like to, I'd love to see what you're doing. If you haven't shared it on the Discord, we got a share section on the Discord to share your work. I'd love to check it out. When you're feeling comfortable enough to send it, you're gonna send it awesome. Regathian says, I hope you'll add a package.json to the repo so people can install it using the package manager. Yeah, so I want to, we're gonna figure out exactly, these are all new things. I don't know exactly how to do it. You may not know this, but I've only been using Unity for a couple months, since January, essentially. And so I'm learning stuff like that. I don't know how to set up a package JSON. I'd like to. I kind of want to make a tool to make it so that you can like drop things in. Anyway, there's a lot for me to learn about these tools. Equal Gamer said you got to use pip to install a few things, I'm pretty sure, in Unity? Interesting. I'd be surprised if I had to use pip inside of Unity. That's a Python thing. In Python, yeah. Pip is, you're saying to run your project. Gotcha. I don't know if I have Python working properly on this computer. I might not be able, if I have to install something to run it, I'm not gonna be able to do it on this computer. So I don't think I have Python installed on here. I'd have to switch to my Linux machine to do that. Okay, let's see here. Where was I? Okay, so slight distraction, skill database. I want to be able to look up the game skill tree here. When I do Python dev, Brigathian says, I do it in VS Code dev container. Yeah, I could probably do it in the WSL. Probably do it in WSL here. I typically do that type of development on a Linux machine. I just haven't had a need to use it on Windows. Okay, we are going down a rabbit hole here. All right, so our tree, our skill tree here needs to be able to take it. Where do I share it, Captain? There's a share your work section on the Discord. So I know the Discord's getting crazy, but there's a share your work section with lots of places you put it there. If it's a game, you can drop it in the games forum. If you want it to just be in a share your work, isn't there a games? Anyway, this is probably the best way to do it there. If you don't want it to stick around in the text channel, we got games chat. You can also post it in games chat there. So there's a couple places. Sigian says, I made a difficult code. It took me 2 months, but I'm sure it's not working well right now. And I'll continue to write bugs, and no one can stop me. No one can stop you, my friend. Keep on going, keep on coding, keep growing. Be the best you can be. So no, Regathian. No one can stop him. No one can stop him. HT Kage, welcome aboard, my friend. Raiku says, we spam our work on self-promotion. That's true. That's true. You can self-promote yourself. So I would like for this element to have the GUID. We also need to put it in all of these. Oh, that one's El Pate, welcome to the crew. El Pate, I would like to welcome you. El Pate, you are now part of Captain Coder's Academy. El Pate, thank you for the follow. El Pate, I would like to welcome you. El Pate, welcome to the crew. El Pate, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. We also got X-Keggy, welcome to the crew, my friend. X-Keggy, thank you for following me. X-Keggy, welcome to the crew. X-Keggy, I would like to welcome you. X-Keggy, thank you for the follow. If I'm pronouncing either of those names wrong, please feel free to correct me. I can't get them right all the time. I can't get them right most of the time. I want you to feel welcome here at Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. We are learning to code. We're growing. We're doing new stuff every week here on Captain Coder's Academy. So backseat coding is highly encouraged. If you see something, say something. And additionally, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I love when people ask questions. All right. That said, we're working on a skill tree system. If you want to know more about that, we're on day 6 here. We're making a lot of progress. We're on day 6. You can always go check out the blog. I try and keep this semi up to date, but you can see what we've done in the past if you'd like to. Missed a lot of chat here, so I'm sorry. I'm gonna see if I can catch up here. QG though says, afternoon camp, haven't been here since day 1. How's it going? It's going beautifully, my friend. We've made a lot of progress. That said, I don't know if we're gonna finish the project in 6 days like the original plan. I think this one's gonna bleed over into next week for sure, just because there's so much complexity in this system that I haven't been able to wrap my head completely around it. So the complexity of this system, but we do have, we've made a lot of progress in this project. We're generating these skill trees that look sort of like this. You can specify the skill tree and they serialize. You can click on them and do stuff. This is like a fake UI thing here. We're trying to make it so we can look stuff up. That said, folks, if I missed something in the chat, so much went by on me. If I missed something in the chat you want me to see, do not hesitate to post it again. But I'm doing fabulous, QG. How are you? How are you, QG? Okay, so we have this skill tree GUID that we need to write in here. Our skill trees should, let's make sure that we're compiling. Our skill trees should now have a GUID attached to them. We're gonna find out if that's true. And now our skill database needs to have references to the skill trees. And what's cool, I think, about that is we could potentially go in and just parse through our skill trees and find all of the UIDs on skills on them. We don't have to add them in explicitly. But we have a skill tree database here. Our skill tree should now have GUIDs. They do. They have GUIDs on them. Good. And when we generate these, we need to attach that GUID in the appropriate spot. And then our skill database needs to have the tree. So I have skills. I'm going to go through, and in my skill database, I'm also going to add in a list for our trees. So this is going to be our game skill tree data. These are going to be our trees, skill trees. And what we might do is I might cheat a little bit and make it so that way we don't have to specify the skills, and with just the trees it goes and it pulls out all the skills. The only skills that matter are the ones that are on trees. I don't know if that's that important. I'm not sure. That said, we kind of need to do a second one of these. It's going to be our skill database, and this would be our skill tree database, and we'd have this would be our skill lookup, and this would be our I can't name it skill database. This would be our game skill tree database. Hang on, let me comment that out real quick. This we got a skill database. Can I rename this, or is it too late? Skill database, we'll call it skill look up. And then we got someone new in the chat too. Hadu9x, thank you for following me. Hadu9x, how are you today? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Hadu9x, welcome to the crew. Hadu9x, thank you so much for following me. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, feel free to correct me. I want you to feel welcome here. And one way to welcome you is to make sure I'm pronouncing that name correctly, or how you would like it to be pronounced. So I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator. We are working on a skill tree system here today. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. Evil Gaming says I sent it. It's based on Jarvis from Iron Man. It's simple right now, but I'm gonna add a lot of stuff. Awesome. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Other projects. Paste bin. Nicely done. We also got researcher in our crew. Welcome, researcher, to the crew. I'd like to thank you for following me. Researcher has followed me. Researcher, welcome aboard. I'd like to thank you for following me. We got researcher, part of our crew, and I'd like to welcome you. Researcher, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I love having you here. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I would love to answer any questions you might have. Roy said, do you remember to drink the bean water? I'm almost out of bean water. I got just a little bit left. I need to drink more regular water though. Roku, thank you for the reminder. Delicious life. This is like the blood of life. This is a little too much for me to look at right now, Equal Gaming. I'm gonna check this out. I can't run this on my system right now. But thank you for sharing it with me, Equal Gaming, for sharing this, for being here with us, for contributing to the crew, my friend. 50 points to you. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. And I'm looking forward to checking it out when I have a little bit more time. And anyone who wants to check it out, it's actually posted here. If you could give us a little bit of a description of exactly what it does, that might be super helpful as well. 81 lines of code. That's not that much. It's just too much for me to look at on stream as separate from the skill tree system here. And I can't actually run it on this computer. I don't have Python on this system. So I won't be able to do a pip install and run it. I hope that's okay. I'm sorry if that's disappointing, Equal Gaming, but I do appreciate you participating like that. I love having you here. Okay, so our skill code here, initialize. This is all gnarly. Initialize skills So skill lookup, this should be our skill tree lookup. And it's going to be initialize skill trees. Initialize skill trees. This whole code here, this is going to need a big refactor. I might just drop this and reload. Format here. Turn null for now. Okay, so initialize skills on enable. We need to do both initialize skills and initialize skill trees. We could do this all together as one thing here. This needs to return a game tree data like that. Okay, and this needs to look basically loop through. It's gonna be similar to this if our skill tree lookup is not equal to null. Return skill tree lookup. Otherwise, we go through and we initialize it for each game skill tree, like this tree in skill trees. This would be skill tree lookup equal to a new dictionary like that. We loop through, and at the end of the day, we're going to return our skill tree lookup like this. Let's say, so I have breakfast, Captain, but have also received a damage report from engineering. The coffee reactor is shut down due to a ruptured coolant line. Oh no. We're now operating on French pressure regulators. Coffee production has ground to a crawl. Need job coders. How many years of game experience do you have? Experience as a game developer? I have about 3 months of experience. Very little is the answer. Need job coder. I have about 3 years of experience, or 3 months. 3 months. I haven't been doing it for very long. I'm very, very new to Unity. I've done very little game development. I've done some game jams before that. So let me say I have done some game jams. I've fiddled around with doing some game stuff, but nothing serious. This is my first real foray into any kind of real game development stuff. I keep going to drink coffee and there's nothing here. There was a little bit there. It's almost time for our next break, I think. We're approaching about 10 minutes. I should probably take a break. You sent what it does. Awesome. Thank you for that. We're gonna come in here. This should essentially be very similar to this. So I'm gonna copy this. This is dangerous to copy, but now all of my types, the names are different, so it should be okay. It says tree.guid, detected null GUID when deserializing skill database. Tree GUID, this should be our skill tree lookup. This is why I didn't want to do it this way, because tree.name, tree, there's going to be some potential for some gnarly copy paste issues here. Tree.guid equals tree. Okay. So we initialize that. We start it up. If it's not initialized, when we go to access it, it goes ahead and pulls it up. GUID here should be skill tree database of GUID. Okay. Whew. That was brutal. But yeah, need job coder. No, you've done no jams. No worries, my friend. You're in a good place. We're learning and coding and growing together. We're trying to get it all together. Emilmir, welcome back, my friend. Nice to see you today. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? Need job coder. How are you? Emilmir? Emilmir? I think it's Emilmir. Let's see what we said here. Jarvis is based off of Jarvis from the movie Iron Man. So far, it can open Google and YouTube, tell the time, your battery on your computer, and right now I'm implementing a system so you can have conversation with it. That's awesome. That's super cool. So it's like little hotkeys to get yourself opening up stuff. That's really cool. I think that's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, Equal Gaming. That's really cool. I'm gonna check it out when I have a chance on a system that has Python. Push Q, Push Q says ChatGPT with Jarvis instructions. Exactly. Not quite, but that would be cool. That would be really, really cool. I'm sure that's someone's done it. Okay, so we have the skill database. So now in our skill tree generator, our skill tree generator, we create this container and then we want to do l.set attribute GUID on this. This should be our database. Oh, we actually have a script to convert.GUID. Does not have a GUID on it. Let's add that to our scriptable tree. Let's force this to have a public string GUID get private set. We're gonna put it here. This is a better place. Field, serialized field, and let's move that up from our game skill. Where is it? Skill tree data. We're gonna move this to the parent type here because this is doesn't need to be generic here. We're gonna get rid of that, and we're gonna move this up to our scriptable skill tree. Perfect. Format that. Okay. Equal Gaming says, never thought of that. I'm do the code by myself though. Gotcha. Emma Meyer says it is possible to recode the front end code work of ChatGPT. Surprised that the people haven't broadcast that. Lance says ChatGPT is a fantastic tool. It's great for cobbling together a basic structure. It even helped me streamline my ship position code to about a third of the link and avoid floating point calculations where possible. That's cool. Yeah, I've used it for refactoring, not a ton, but I think I've played around with ChatGPT a lot. And I should say I played around with OpenAI, which is powered, ChatGPT is powered by OpenAI, I believe. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see if this will build. Will it build, folks? We're gonna find out here in just a moment. And our iSkill, I actually think our iSkill should be iSkill is an interface. One sec, our iSkill here. I could do that on our iSkill. Our iSkill, we did put it on there. Okay, perfect. So in our generation, generator, skill node generator, in addition to GUID, what are we calling this in our skill node? Skill node element. We have skill GUID and skill tree GUID. So skill GUID, and this should be skill tree GUID. We don't have the parent. All right, I'm gonna leave this off. This is frustrating. Let's see here. Elmar says, you're correct with OpenAI. Good. I thought so. I think it's OpenAI. Yep. Roku says, anyone have access to the new ChatGPT 4? I haven't used it. I think I have access to it. I'm a paying subscriber of OpenAI, so I think I got an email saying that I could play with it. I haven't yet. But yeah, I am a paying customer. Push says, everyone has access to that now if you're paying. Okay, so I have it. Yeah, I got an email saying I had it. I haven't played with it at all yet. The API is always super cheap. I found it to be very, very cheap. Not cheap, very, very affordable. Need Curse, I guess we use what we can. Lance says, not so far, Roku, dealing with a blown rad hose on my vehicle. Yikes. Between the cop machine and my vehicle, I seem to be losing my cool a lot. You're losing your coolant, right? Emily says, everything is pain in reality. Okay, so I want our skill GUID. We need to be able to set, this is so interesting here. I have to propagate this down here, skill tree GUID. And so I'm just gonna have it passed down, private string, skill tree GUID. This feels a little bit gnarly that I'm propagating all this stuff down so much. I feel like there is a major potential for this to be problematic. Metadata. This should be database. This should be skill tree GUID. Database skill tree GUID. This is getting annoyingly complex. A refactor needs to come through here very, very soon. We have one of these. Private read only iSkill tree database that propagate through, so we can Oh, we don't need that. Hang on, do we need the skill database? Why is the skill database even here? Don't need the skill database. Excellent. I don't need the skill database. All right, we're gonna drop that then. We just need the skill tree. We need the parent GID though, so we are propagating that down. And so this tree GUID comes here. Yikes, why am I so bad sometimes? I'm not good at this game. Here we go. Format, get rid of that white space. Roger says, we pay in time to be on this stream. Our life slowly draining. I'm sorry I'm draining your life away, Roku. I'm so sorry. At least we perish happy having been here to witness the existence of a wonderful person. Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet of you. I think you're wonderful too. Which says life is to be spent. That's fair. Lance, I find that when I start tilting my head past 20 degrees, that's a good time to refactor. Need job because I'm not completely familiar with Unity. Neither am I. I've been learning it. Again, I started using Unity at the beginning of January. I used it, I hacked some stuff together, but I started learning the Unity way of doing stuff, the Unity tools chain, the tool sets, those things, very, very recently. So we got to propagate this GUID down. So rather than the database being do we even need the skill database anymore? Because now our skill tree to convert .guid. I don't need this database anymore. That's great. That's great. I don't need you anymore. Get out of here. Get rid of this database. Because now this thing has a GUID on it. It should be to convert.guid. Beautiful. So I get rid of the database there. You look like a pro already. I will say I've been programming for over 20 years. So I have lots of programming skills. I've been a software engineer for 20 years. I'm a computer science teacher. From a programming standpoint, from an object-oriented standpoint, from a software engineering standpoint, I tend to know what I'm doing. And so there's a little bit of what I'd call cheating going on there. Cheating might not be the right word. That's right, Dramel, I'm a code-a-ton. I often say I'm a simpleton. I'm not actually that smart. I just have tons and tons of coding knowledge built in here because I've been doing it so long. It's like, I was telling people, my students did a project where they sort of calculated, based on my coding repository, like my GitHub repositories, other factors, they wrote a program to estimate how many hours of programming I had under my belt. And the answer is somewhere between 30 and 50,000, I think was it. And I think it pretty close, probably pretty close to 35,000 hours of like actual program. Detected null GUID. This is interesting. Worker detected null GUID. Do these have GUIDs on them? They do. Skill database. Why is there a skill database? Let me get rid of that. That's fascinating. Skill game skill tree data. Skill tree data. I no longer need this. We are able to eliminate this. That's good. That's good. That's a good sign. Let's come back here. Let's break everything one more time, folks. We're sort of massaging our way through this. Let's says to need job coder. When I started Unity, it was a blank scene, a camera, and I knew exactly nothing about it. I couldn't even make a menu when I decided to build a Space Empire management game. But you pick something small as a project, Pong, for example, and start learning from there. Yes, absolutely. Regathian says, according to the average 2 lines per day, I've been programming for a few millennia. Gotcha. Emilmeyer says, only 4 years of constant work. So that's like over 20, I think 25 years. Let's see. Like 24, 25 years of programming. You wouldn't, so of that amount of time, 20% of that time is spent programming, which kind of makes sense because I've worked jobs, lots and lots of jobs. Since I was like 16, I've sort of been a professional. I've been doing software stuff professionally. And then, once I got to college, I got internships as like 8 when I was working as at startups, it was like 12 to 16 years, 12 to 16 hour days sometimes. Easily 60 to 80 hours a week for many years, just programming. Yeah, so I mean, there were several years there where I was programming probably 60 hours a week, easily. So yeah, it's like, I've done tons of programming, so my coding skills are pretty high. My ability to read through documentation and whatnot has been pretty solid. Let's see if we can get rid of that. This is yelling at us because this is null, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. Lance says, need job code to a need job. That's perfect. Godot is a different language, but the general approach to coding the logic flow is the same. Ben the Rat says, hey Captain, it keeps going backwards but fast when I go forward and side to side, and I don't know how to fix it. I would recommend, it's hard to know. It's hard to know without looking at your code what's happening with it. I hope that makes sense, why it's challenging to know. Why are there only 3 edges on this? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that makes sense. There are only 3 edges there. Let me paste bin. Yeah. Paste bin, let's take a look at that. One second here. Learn about paste bin, which is nice. Let's take a look here. I probably should open this on off screen here. It's not loading. Okay, so let's look at this here. Move direction, horizontal, get axis, horizontal move, vertical move, normalize direction. So it's going the wrong way. You probably need to adjust this to be, so it's probably based off your camera. So the way the camera's facing is going to be different here. Have you tried changing this to be like negative horizontal move or negative vertical move? And then as your camera changes, you'll need to do a calculation to adjust based on the way the camera's facing. So if it's going the wrong direction, this is your Z. Try changing this to negative vertical move. So put a negative in front of that. And then it's gonna swap. When you press forward, it makes it go the opposite direction. So that might be what's going on there. It's based on your camera though. So if your camera's in a different position, it's gonna change how it looks to you when you're pressing forward and backwards. So if it's in 3D space, there's gonna be more you have to do for that. Give that a shot though. I'd say make this negative and see if that is helpful. Drambook says, anyone here like corn? Posted a preview of some crop models for farming. Gotcha. Tuber Tucker says, so Captain Carter had made his millions as startups already, and he's helping everyone out of the goodness of his heart. What a champ, much respect. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. We're just, now you're just creating mythos about the Captain Coder. That said, I am a computer science teacher. I love my job as a computer science teacher, as a software engineer. Certainly you can make a lot more money. You can make a lot of money as a teacher too, but yeah, as a software engineer in startups, you can get lucky. Lance replying to Sigian, oop, yeah, I fell into that trap too. I finally decided that my multiplayer projects are going to be built up similar to other projects. For example, start small with a 1v1 multiplayer and build that up from there. Won't make an MMO though. Too much infrastructure that you have to pay out of pocket. Yeah, making an MMO on your own, it's gonna be tough to do. Need job coder followed me. Need job coder, welcome aboard to the crew. My friend, you are welcome here, and I would like to say thank you for following me. Need job coder followed me. I got a need job coder. In the crew, we got Need Job Coder today. Need Job Coder, thank you for the follow, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful Sunday. Need Job Coder, I did follow, but somehow unfollow on its own. Why is this happening? I don't know. But welcome back, my friend. Welcome back to the crew. I'm happy to have you here. You just wanted me to sing you another song, didn't you? Didn't you? Tuber Tech says solo MMO is impossible. More than one lifetime worth of work, in my opinion. That's how I feel about it. I see people on Twitch though trying saying like, I want to make an MMO, and it's like 1 or 2 people, and going, oh, it's a lot of work, man. I would never I'm not saying it's impossible, but that is like so much work for one person. It depends on what you mean by MMO, right? Depends on what you mean by MMO and how are you going to get it there? What's the infrastructure for it? It's a lot of work. I don't think it's impossible, but it's a lot. It's like going to be crazy amount of work, especially if you're building your engine and stuff from scratch. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to work. We're generating this. Okay, so I wanted to see now. Okay, if I generate... All right, moment of truth. Generate a skill tree here. Specified URI does not exist in the current project. That's interesting. Oh. Maybe. Let's go look at what this generated. Did I break? All right, skilled trees, our paladin skilled tree. If I open up the paladin skill tree, I might need to call it, I might not be able to put GUID. I might need to make this be skilled. Yeah, we're gonna change that in our skill tree here. Here, this is our skill tree generator. This should be skill tree GUID. That's what we're gonna do, skill tree GUID. I think there is a conflict with GUID being on something. It's like, hey, there's some GUID I can't find. We're gonna find out if that's true though. Let's try this, generate. Let's clear this, clear, generate. Okay, yeah. Oh, there's some debug logging stuff that we should clear out of there as well. Skilled node generator. And in fact, this is actually in our deserializer. Deserializer. We no longer need to log those. I think we got that. Dramel says, and so sorry, I'm missing so much of the chat. I missed so much of the chat. I apologize. Dramel was though saying MMOs are overrated, and nowadays there are no more real MMOs, so no point in making those. Co-op is what I prefer more. Get more space to do things the way you want. I played many. I loved me some EverQuest, man. EverQuest was falling into that trap many times. But yeah, I kind of agree, like the essence of MMOs, the type of thing that I wanted from MMO are a little bit different. Like more like multi-user dungeon type thing. I don't know. They all tend to sort of cater towards a very, I don't know how I feel about it. It's a good question. Ben Rat says, I fix it, but when I go forward and stop, it keeps going fast. You need to make it, might be related to normalize. I'm not 100% sure. This value, translate the move direction. Something, you got to do something related to that. So this is what's causing it to move. So this value must not be 0. It is basically what's happening. So one of these things must not be set to 0. You might need to double check that to make sure. Roku says, by the way, there's a project that is bringing a PlayStation 2 version of EverQuest back to be playable. Ooh, I never played the PlayStation 2 EverQuest game. Interesting. Lance says, MMO Puck says, if you liked EverQuest, you need to check out Monster and Memories. So I did like EverQuest, but it's dangerous. I need to not get obsessed with something like that ever again. Supposed to be open to the public, stress testing in a couple weeks. Interesting. I'll maybe look at it. I'm trying, I get addicted to games, so I try not to play them very often. That's not true. I got to be careful what types of games I play and when I play them. During the summer, I play quite a bit. Lance says, to this day, there are still servers running for Neverwinter Nights 1. Neverwinter Nights 1 was so good. You have the server you host, the number of players you want, the module, and the story you want to load, and go away you go. You have the DM client to create on-the-fly adventures with your players. To me, that's the way to go. I loved Neverwinter Night 1's system. I want a game like that again. Sword Coast Legends came out a few years ago, and it just was a kind of a flop. But I really wanted to be that way. Brigathian says, you have to remember they did the work 20 years ago, though. These days, we know how to automate a lot of what they did by hand. Replying to Tuber Tugger, I don't know exactly the context, but let's come back in here. Okay, this seems to be generating. We need to get a reference to our database. Okay. So the idea is if I can get this working, so we have our skill database here with our skills. If I can get this working, so our skill info controller, I'm gonna, for now, our skill info controller is going to have on it the skill database field, serialized field. For now, skill database like this. So it's gonna have one on it, and this is gonna pull it out based on the skill node information. So this is gonna be skill name.text. It's gonna be .text. It's gonna be equal to selected dot skill GUID. Okay, so we got to get the skill GUID here from our database.lookup skill GUID dot, and I guess we can pull this out. This is going to be lookup skill. It's going to be an iSkill. Skill is equal to this. Okay, skill.name. And then this one would be skill description.text is equal to skill.description. We're going to see if we can get this to work. Sorry, I'm missing some. Tuber Tugger says to Regatha, no, they're making content still to this day. If you made 20-year-old WoW today, it would not be as good. It would suck, essentially. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. People may or may not like it. I think there's a whole group of people that want the vanilla stuff. I just don't think you would get as much money from it. Roiku says, I had Neverwinter Nights as an original CD-ROM when it first came out, and afterwards I've got both on Steam and GOG, but haven't had time to play it really, but it's on my to-do list. I have the map, the Neverwinter Nights map is around here somewhere. I don't know what I did with it. I literally had it out the other day looking at it. I'm super into Dungeons & Dragons. Sword Coast is like one of my favorite universes, so to speak. Roiku, as a kid, I was in love with the woman that's on the cover of the game box. Oh, the Allied Captain woman. Gotcha. Tuber Tiger says, also, a solo dev making a game for 10 years is not realistic. The work done in the first 5 years won't be usable into the last 5. Roiku says, I still have romantic feelings towards that lady. Lady Arabeth. I think that's her name. Gotcha. That's, you know, it happens. We all fall in love with someone at some point. Everyone falls in love with, not everyone. What would I say? I've read many books where I feel like I have fallen in love with characters in books or in comics, that sort of thing. I completely understand that. Okay. Will it work, folks? We just did a major refactor here. It is pulling, so it should be pulling out the skill here. Roiku says, never too late to marry Lady Arabeth. I just need to run that game. All right, so our database should be this one. All right, folks, cross those fingers. You crossing them? Let's play the game. Will it break? Will it break? That's right, will it break? Oh, look at that. Oh, folks, we did it. Oh, holy moly, that was a we done did it. All right, we got a major refactor here. But we actually have a reference to the actual skill, not just some stuff on there. All right, so this is a big ol', let's see, hit save here. We're gonna add all of these changes. This is gonna be, woof, that was a lot. Feat, implement first pass at skill database. Okay, that was rough. It's some gnarly code there, but we did it here. Let's look at that to-do list. Holy moly, we got it. Spore had to reference scriptable objects from the UXML. All right, so we got that. I really need to refactor this thing. I think maybe next week, Monday, Tuesday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'll be streaming next week, and then I'm on vacation. I think what I really want to do is go through and refactor a bunch of stuff. So that's probably what we're gonna do next week. But we did this, folks. You were here to witness it, for being here to witness such a momentous occasion. All of you are gonna get 50 points. Thank you so much for being here with me to celebrate this moment. I appreciate you. We also got Mooniz in the stream now. Mooniz, welcome back, my friend. Mooniz immediately has to flex. All right, just so you guys know, I have more points than you, Mooniz says. Even though Mooniz was streaming, Mooniz was sitting over here. I could see you in the chat, Mooniz. I could see your name in the chat there. You know, secretly collecting those points. But we got to take a quick break here, folks. I'm so sorry if I missed something in chat you wanted to talk about. I saw that Chicka Wow Wow says, how's it going, mate? I'm doing fantastic, Chicka Wow Wow. Thank you for being here. It's so nice to have you here. Good morning, good afternoon. I think it's afternoon for you. It might even be evening. Good morning, good afternoon, evening, everybody. So nice to see you. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to do some more stretches, so it's going to take care of our body, but we got this working. I'm so happy about it. So we're going to take a break, though. When I get back, get your dog, get your uncle, get your cousin, get them all in the room, folks. We're going to do some stretches together. When the captain returns, I will see you momentarily. All right, folks, thank you so much for bearing with me. I hope that bear didn't get you while I was gone, but I am back. We're going to do some stretch. We're going to take care of ourselves. Thank you for the welcome back, Chicka Wow Wow. A lot of chat was going on there while I was gone. If I missed something, you wanted me to see it, just let me know. But we're going to get some stretching in. If you're like me, you're a programming troll. Maybe you're not a programming troll. Maybe you're a video game troll and you're hunched over, you're sitting on the edge of your seat playing with your controller. Get those RSIs, the repeated stress injuries, folks. They can be brutal on your body. So we're going to take care of those. We're going to get on up. We're going to do some stretches. But we also got Bardaki. Bardaki, thank you for following me. Bardaki, I welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Bardaki, thank you for following me. Bardaki, I appreciate you for following me today. Bardaki, I welcome you to the crew. Everyone, I'm so sorry, Bardaki, that wasn't the best song. I've sung better songs for having such, not the greatest welcome. I'm so sorry. 100 points to you, my friend, for not getting the best song, but thank you so much for being here today. Happy to have you. XD, hello, welcome back, my friend. So nice to see you. You're just in time for some stretching, so everyone get on up. We're gonna do some stretching. If you're sitting around all day, that blood's stagnating, you gotta get up, gotta take care of yourself. So we are gonna do this real quick, folks. We're gonna stretch out that forearm muscle, take that hand straight out, grab those fingertips. You're gonna pull back to get a little bit of tension here, but you don't wanna hurt yourself, just a nice little stretch and oh yeah. We're gonna hold this for 25 seconds, folks. Oh, it feels good. Take care of ourselves. XDS, what are you doing today? We're still working on our skill tree system. XD wants us to do some jumping jacks. We'll do some jumping jacks. Let's get the stretch in first, then we'll do some jumping jacks. I do like me some jumping jacks. Oh yeah, hold that nice and tight in there. Shouldn't hurt, just get a nice stretch in. All right, now take those fingertips, roll out that wrist a little bit. Fingertips down, you're gonna grab and pull. You stretch across the top. If it hurts in the wrist, don't hurt in the wrist. Don't hurt on the top. Don't hurt. Shouldn't hurt. Should get a nice little tension there. Nice little stretch. Oh yeah, feel that. Doesn't that feel great? We're gonna hold this for 20 seconds, folks. Just hold it there. Get that nice stretch in. Taking care of yourselves. Bardaki, it's so nice to have you here. But yeah, someone was saying, I think it was Dranox, someone was saying that art is not cheap. That's true, art is not cheap. Chickabout says, talking of purchasing assets, I know most here are Unity, but heard about the storm around Elden Ring assets. I haven't heard it. Roll that wrist out, folks. Roll that wrist out. Take those other hand, we're gonna pull back on those fingertips up, pull them back, get that stretch in. Shouldn't hurt, especially in the wrist. Don't let it hurt in the wrist. If it hurts in the wrist, you gotta stop. You don't want any pain in that wrist. You don't want any pain at all, but just a little bit of nice little stretch there. All right. Ooh, doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel grand? Doesn't it feel great? I think so. Feels wonderful. We've got to take care of ourselves. Captain loves you. You should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And this is one way you can love your body, folks. Tuber says, what if my children are a pain? Do I want that? Look. That's sort of like a personal question. I can't answer that. All right, take those fingers now, roll it out. We're gonna do some jumping jacks, folks. Did we go down? No, we gotta go down. All right, take fingertips down, pull that out. Go ahead and stretch that out. Again, no pain in the wrist. JPZ says stretching is the bee's knees. That's right, you gotta take care of yourself, JPZ. We're taking care of ourselves, folks. Oh yeah, doesn't that feel good? It feels wonderful. Feels so good. Oh, just hold that for a little bit longer here. Then we're gonna go into some jumping jacks. Courtesy of XD suggesting those jumping jacks. I love me some jumping jacks. All right, roll that wrist out. We're gonna do some jumping jacks. Maybe you can't do jumping jacks. Maybe you just do some arm jacks. Move those arms up and down. We're gonna do 10 jumping jacks, folks. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, 10 jumping jacks, folks. Nice and get them in there. Oh, everybody, we're gonna do some arm circles. Take those arms, moving around. Tuber says, so many board games has made Captain Coder play any tradable card games, TCGs. Play Magic the Gathering. I haven't really played it a lot lately. Bigger arm circles, bigger arm circles. I have Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh cards on the shelf behind me. I used to play Pokemon when I was younger. All right, bring it in, small arm circles again. And then we're gonna go back. So take those arms, reverse arm circles, reverse it. Keep those arms up, don't let those arms down, you gotta hold it. Commander, yeah, absolutely. Commander is probably one of the most fun formats. Before they started making Commander specific cards and decks got too overpowered. I like casual Magic, but I like drafting. Drafting is my favorite form of Magic. Small arm circles again, folks. Whew. Getting that blood up. Gotta breathe. All right, and down. Shake it out, folks. Thank you so much for joining me. Getting that blood up. Getting that blood up. All of you, I know you all were out there doing it. I know you weren't there just typing on the keyboard, watching me do it. I know you were taking care of yourselves too. 50 points to all of you. 50 points to all of you, my friends. Absolutely, absolutely love that you're all here taking care of yourselves. Absolutely. Rook says, by the way, during this stream, I've managed to open my editor, but almost implemented a text dialogue system. Nice. NPC speech text. Later, I'll put in combat text, but it may use a slightly different, more straightforward method. Gotcha. Gotcha. Great taking care of yourself, folks. We're gonna hop back into the code here. We're gonna go for a little bit longer. I gotta stop early today. I have some people coming. I have some a house inspection, so I have people coming to inspect the house. So I gotta stop here sooner than I would like to. But we're gonna have to stop here in a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can get this implement an iPlayer character and create a buy skill button. So the idea is that now that we had the FBI inspection, yeah, we're gonna have to, now that we're able to get this skill back, and we're also able to get the skill tree, I want to have a thing that says whether or not the player can acquire that skill if they meet the requirement. So I just want to get that in here today. This, unfortunately, we're not going to finish the whole skill tree library, but exploring this was a really fun exercise. Next week, I think I'm gonna try and fix this up, refactor it, and package it up a little bit more. Definitely not gonna finish it today. If I missed something in chat, feel free to say it again. I apologize if I missed it. Tuber says, I worked on a Unity project that used Ink, INK, for Unity dialogues. I'm a fan. I've done my own, but Ink is easy to use and has all the functionality I need. Is that a free asset? Question, is that a free asset? Oh, that was good. That's good. Free package, yes, awesome. I might have to look into it. So just so people know, when we come back, I'm going to be on vacation. So I go on vacation the 24th. So I'll be streaming the 20th to the 23rd. That's this week. I'm on vacation the 24th to April 1st. All right, so I'll be gone those, what is that? 7, 8, 9 days? Oh, 9 days without streaming. That's a long time for me. So I'm going to be gone that whole chunk. But when we come back, we're going to stream-a-thon. We're going to be I'm trying to do at least 6 hours a day of streaming during this chunk here because we're going to be working on the Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023, folks. We're going to be doing this jam all that week, so be sure to be here for it. I'm going to be doing some giveaways too. Yeah, it's going to be a fun time. We're going to be doing some giveaways. Let me check it out here. Real quick. Hang tight. I'll be right back. Hang tight. We're going to be doing some giveaways though. Hang on. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. We're gonna be doing some giveaways in April. There's gonna be some giveaways. Our good friend here, MMO Pug, sent me all this sweet swag, this sweet Captain Coder swag. I didn't ask for it. It's awesome. Check this out. Check out some of the stuff we got here. We got Captain Coder coasters. We're gonna be doing some giveaways. Captain Coder coasters. Look at that. You get yourself some Captain Coder coasters. Look how cool that is. We'll be giving all this stuff away. Captain Coder coasters. We've got, I know, this blows my mind. It blows my mind. We got Captain Coder tumblers. Got a variety of colors. I don't have all of them out here. Got some Captain Coder tumblers. Look at that. Look how sweet these are. MMO Pug, thank you so much for all this stuff. We've got Captain Coder poker card. Is there a shop? There's no shop. We're gonna be giving it away. We're gonna be giving away Captain Coder. This is like poker cards, dice. This little thing here. Look how awesome this is. Look how awesome this is. We're gonna be giving away all of this sweet swag here. We've got these awesome Captain Coder. Oh, let's see. Look at this. This thing's cool. Got these Captain Coder, you know, I don't know what we'd call this. What would you call it? Why won't it go to flash mode? Why won't you strobe? With my hand blocking it? Hang on. We got these Captain Coder. Look at that. Look at that, Drams. I want to buy it all. Hologram, Captain Coder hologram, folks. We're gonna be giving away all this stuff. We got a big one here. We got a big one. We got a big tumbler. Look at this. LED lamps. That's what they're called. Look at that. Sweet. All this sweet set swag. MMO Pug has his company does it. George, I need to set up a thing. Laser engraving, folks. Amazing stuff. I didn't ask for any of this stuff. So thank you so much for all of it. We're gonna be giving it all away on stream, folks. We're gonna give it all away on stream when we come back from our vacation. So be prepared. Be prepared for that. We're gonna be giving this stuff all away all week long during that time. It's gonna be awesome. This stuff's amazing. So again, MMO Pug, thank you so much for all that. Let me clear my desk off here. But we are gonna be doing some giveaways. I love the coasters. It's so good. All this stuff is so good. Thank you again so much for that. Do you have a link, MMO Pug? You want to send a link to your shop? What about if some of those objects we prize on a Captain Coder Jam? Oh, the Captain Coder Jam is gonna have some cool stuff too, folks. I don't know if you guys know, but there is a Captain Coder Game Jam coming up this summer. Yeah. So we got the specialized ones here. So you go, you know, these are the specialized. They have my name engraved on them. They have my real name engraved on the side. You guys, most people know my real name anyway. But this red one's beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm gonna post a link to it here real quick. I'll post a link to it. I love them. MMO Pug, thank you so much for those. I appreciate you. We have, so Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. On the Discord, there's links to it. On the Discord, so we got Learn You a Game Jam info, forum channel, I don't know what's going on here. Game Jam info, here we go. There's a link to it here. I haven't been promoting it much because we're not there yet, but Learn You a Game Jam. The Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. The Pixel Edition. This is going to be June 17th. So when we get to the summer, there is a game jam you can join. If you want to register it now, you can. Of course we know your name. It's Captain Coder. That's right. But there's going to be a Learn You a Game Jam. Pixels Edition. Anyone can join. There are going to be prizes. Maybe we'll do some non-cash prizes as well. So this is subject to change. The prize, I'm going to do at least $500 worth of prizes for doing devlogs. You're going to be doing if you want to be entered in to get a prize, you do a devlog, a blog, explaining what you learned. Top prize, $250. So myself and two other judges are going to be reviewing your devlogs. We're going to pick one. So it's subjective. We're going to pick one here. You can do a video, devlog, blog, or vlog, sharing what you learned with others. You're gonna share what you learned, what were the resources you used to learn that. It's an educational blog, folks. And then, so one person's gonna win $250, and just for submitting a devlog, blog, or vlog, you're entered into a drawing for $50. So if you don't win the grand prize, that's okay. If you don't win the grand prize, that's okay. Still 5 random drawings for anyone who wants to do a devlog, blog, or vlog. And so there'll be more details on how to submit that. And if you don't want to be entered into for a prize at all, you don't have to either. It can be a video or written. XD, it can be video or written. You just got to submit you have to submit a dev log, blog, or vlog. So it can be written, just explaining what you did, what you learned. And so I've been trying to sort of model, like, a way I might do it would be these blogs. This is way too much. This is way more than what you'd be expected to do on yours. But the idea is, like, can you share what you've done with others so that they can learn from what you've done as well? This is way more than what anyone would have to do to submit it. That said, to the most educational one wins the 250. All right. So for sure, we're gonna do that. I did figure out how to make it so you do have to be at least 13 to be entered into the prize pool. Jen just says, reminder to everyone that you can host a Markdown blog on GitHub. Exactly. That's exactly what these are. These are a Markdown. Well, that's not quite what these are. These are actually written in Markdown. But yeah, so super easy. I'll have more information on how to do that. During that whole week, I plan to run on Discord. I'm gonna see if I can get some other people to help me with that. We're gonna have office hour sessions all that week where I'll be streaming and people can come and ask me questions and I'll help you if you get stuck on something, try and help you through stuff. I'm gonna see if I can get some other people to volunteer to help me with that sort of run the game jam itself. That said, I might just do it on my own. We'll see who I can get to do it with me. But yeah, Captain Coders, learn you a game jam. Learn you a game jam, folks, where it's gonna be awesome. MMO Pug says, need to give Bardaki some love. He is a streamer working on RTS. Oh, I forgot to give a shout out to Bardaki. Thank you so much, MMO Pug. I got so distracted from my chat there. Everyone, if you're not following Bardaki, give him some love. Hit that little heart. Bardaki, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. I don't know why that shout out went away so quickly, but thank you so much for being here. Happy to have you aboard, my friend. Okay, whew. That was a lot. It's getting toasty in this room too. My fan is, I live in the desert. It's getting toasty. It's starting to warm up. Gonna have to start getting the fan to work. The fan's all squeaky, so I don't run it because it's so squeaky. Okay, so we're running short on time here, folks. I do have to hop off here in a little bit because I have some people coming. I want to see if I can get this thing. I don't know if it's gonna be that hard to get this in. I want to add a button. I want to add in a bucket. Bardaki, we love you, my friend. We love you being here. Thank you so much for being here. Jane Shirt never snows where I live within the past 3 months. We actually had a little bit of snow here recently. I don't even live in the South, gotcha. We actually had some snow. It melted by 11 o'clock, but on the news they were like, it's the snowpocalypse. But all the snow melted. Love your faces. I love your faces. I love your faces, Bardaki. Okay. What am I doing here? Okay, so I want to add into this UI here. This UI here is over here. This is our skill information. I want to add a button. All right, so we're gonna add in a button. Let's pull this to the side just so we can. There's gonna be a button down here that you can click that will let you try and purchase the skill. That's the idea here. Is there's gonna be a button that says buy skill. Okay. So I'm not gonna do anything beautiful. It's gonna say buy skill, and it's gonna be enabled or disabled whether or not you have the requirements to purchase it. This is what I wanna get done in the next, hour. I do have to go in less than an hour. I have to go in 50 minutes. But we're gonna see if we can get this done here today. So I have this button, buy skill. And the idea is, where's the enabled? Can I enable, disable? Button. Anyone see button enabled, disabled? Is there not an enabled this display? I want it to have interesting style class lists. Unity button. There's probably something I can do with Unity button to enable or disable it. Does anyone know? Disable when elided. That's interesting. We're gonna add this button for now. And the idea, we're gonna rename this to buy button. And in our controller, we're gonna go find it. When they click on this, we need to check whether or not a player has purchased something. Okay, so we actually need to make an instance of the player. Right now we have an interface for our player character, but we gotta make an instance. So we're gonna make a mono behavior for our player. So I'm gonna create a mono behavior that can be our player. So in our script, so we have iPlayer character, but we need an actual implementation of it. iPlayer character has some weird stuff in it too. So I did make one of these. We're gonna steal this code here. We're gonna go down into this. We're gonna create a new file called player character, and player character is going to implement mono behavior, and we got to put mono behavior first actually. Mono behavior, iPlayer. We're gonna make these some values we can set so we can play around with them. I want to make it so that way when if they can acquire the skill, it is enabled. So if they select the skill and they meet the requirements, they can acquire it. That's what I want it to I don't know if that makes sense, any mortal kid. Namespace, we got it using Unity engine. Namespace captaincoder.skilltree.unityengine.demo. Okay. And then skill data, what is this doing here? iPlayer character, implement interface. Yeah, so there's some weirdness here that I gotta figure. Oh, no, this is fine. Any more perfect? Yeah, this makes sense. Button.set enabled meets requirement. Exactly. So we're gonna see if we can figure that out. This is gonna be, for now, just gonna be a serialized field, and it's gonna be a get private set. These are all just gonna be get private sets, so we can play around with these in the. I just want to make sure this is something we can set up and do like this. Get private set. The hash set, skill data, these are the things that you've acquired so far. So this actually kind of needs to be a list here. So we're going to have a public list of skill data, acquired skills. And then this is going to just basically be our acquired skills.toHash set. So we can play around with that using skill system.link. So that way we can do the toHash set here. And skill data is a scriptable object, right? Yeah, so I'll be able to put things in there. And then this returns a hash set of skill data. Specifically for that one, this one should just be skills. Okay. Was there an itch.io link? I don't think I posted the link. We'll post it again. Learn you a game. Oh, you found it? Gotcha. I wasn't sure if I actually posted the link. Okay. So we have our player character here with our skills. Why do we need that? We have some weird. I was doing something weird down here, so bear with me. If I get rid of this, do we get a bunch of compilation errors? Should have checked if we had compilation errors before I made that change. Okay, we don't get compilation. I can get rid of this skilled entity 2 thing. Good. That was driving me nuts. There was some like typing system with the interface system that I was having to figure out there. We got that figured out. Okay, so we got our player character here. We have this player character. So we should be able to create a mono behavior out here. We'll call this player character. And we should be able to add a player character here and set some information. We say like level 1, skill point, 1, alignment good. This needs to be serialized as well. Field, serialized field like that. Drama says, I guess you will continue to use UI Toolkit for the UI. Yeah, I like UI Toolkit. I really do like UI Toolkit. That said, the Unity GUI is fine too. I don't have any problems with Unity GUI. I just happen to really like the UXML stuff. I think it's fabulous. So we're going to start with the hero being acquired already. So our UI document needs to have a reference to our player. So our skill info controller should also have a reference to the player. So we're going to add into this a field, serialized field. That's going to be a public player character player like this. At least for the next project, I'm going to be using it, Dremel. I hope that makes sense. I hope that answers your question. Okay, so our player here is going to be our player character from the scene. And the idea is this is going to determine some various things about that button. Revere is here. Welcome, Revere. Good morning to you. Happy, I think you're on the Eastish coast, so it's almost afternoon. Anyway, good morning or good afternoon, whatever it happens to be for you. Lance says, still tinkering, but if you are still using button calls on GUI.button, for example, .enabled, we're going to go pull it out. We're going to see if we can find it here. So we should be able to do a private button, or a buy button. Revere says 1 p.m. Gotcha. Gotcha. Evening. No, it's afternoon. Is it 1 p.m. afternoon? Good points. Interesting. Captain will use UI Toolkit, which I think is different. We're going to find out whether or not this button, but yeah, I'm using UI Toolkit. Everyone, if you don't know, Revere is a real game developer. Check out that sweet logo of his. Revere is currently making a space trucking on Unforgiven Space. It's sort of a parody. It's a parody of Star Citizens. His goal is to beat Star Citizen to release, so you got to check him out. Give him some love, folks. Give him some love. Revere, thank you for being here, my friend. Doing awesome. He does awesome, beautiful 3D art. I've commissioned some art from him that is awesome. So thank you again for that commission. Gotta go check it out. A real game dev, they do exist. They do. No, Revere's making a real game, not just a fake game like me. Inamura said, I was trying to scope creep Revere yesterday, but he wasn't having any of it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. If you want to scope creep someone, Dramulx is the person for you. Duber Tugger says, beat Star Citizen to release. That's a pretty low bar. I know. But we're going to do it. Gotta have achievable goals. Lance says, gotcha. I have yet to dive down the rabbit hole, but it has been really neat watching Captain tackle it. Yeah, it's been awesome. Dramulx, you can't scope creep me. I am the scope creep master, the master of creep. Chicka Wow Wow says, my aim is to beat Half-Life 3 to release. Oh, even easier, maybe. All right, so buy button is going to be root.q. We're going to query for a button, and the button should be buy button. I think that's what I called it. Let's go look in our UI real quick. Here. We gotta get it to load. Get it to load. All right, so our buy button in our demo, skill information. Yeah, so it should be called buy button. Okay, so we should be able to pull that out, discard this. Buy button like that. And our buy button, all right, so if we have a reference to it, buy button dot add dot on click attempt, we're gonna do buy. We're gonna have a function, a method called buy skill. So down here, we're gonna do private void buy skill. So is this how it works? On click. Oh, don't use it. Use clicked. Clicked buy skill. So there's some information that we need to have. When we click a skill, we need to save that skill node. So we're gonna have a private iSkill node, I think, or an iSkill tree. I'm not 100% sure. Of this thing, because we need to have that information. So more specifically, iSkill tree of some type. iSkill tree of some type here. What is the lookup type for that? Database. Revere says, I didn't realize this was all code-based event system bindings. I really need to learn this toolkit. Yeah, so there's some great stuff in it. Lookup tree. Selected.skill tree GUID. And this is returning to us a game tree data skill tree. But more specifically on this, we know skill tree dot get dot skill tree dot skill tree dot get node skill tree here is what type? Not that. This needs to be our skill. Build skill tree. Does build skill tree return? Yeah, this returns our type. Dot get node of skill. What is the type this accepts? Skill data. This is an I skill. This should be a skill data. Oh, interesting. This is a skill, not a skill data. I happen to know that it is a skill data. So we're going to cheat a little bit. And I'm going to do as skill data. I'm going to cheat a little bit here, and then I'm going to massage this a little bit. See if we can get the actual type back out here. Because it is a skill data. I know for sure it's a skill data. Tuber checks that Dungeon Crawler Jam is in 12 days. Are you still going to attend? Yes. Yes, I'm going to be doing a big old jam this whole week. The 2nd through the 7th, we're going to be streaming probably 6 to 8 hours a day, maybe longer. We're going to see, but I'm going to try and do the whole thing on stream, or mostly on stream, and then I might do some more. If the streaming sometimes can be exhausting, I might do some chill off Twitch streaming on the Discord. So we played around with doing the Discord stream, and so I'll probably be doing some of it in the Discord as well. But a lot of that I'm going to be doing on Twitch. So probably at least 6 hours a day on Twitch, and then some of it off of Twitch a little bit, just so I can relax. So I don't have to be like talking through every little bit, because that does wear me down a little bit. But yeah, yes, absolutely, Tuber Tugger. We're going to be doing that. I'm super excited about it. We've been building up all these systems just so we can get to it. And this is going to be a get node here. Should be a skill node of this type. This is a crazy type here. Streaming definitely slows development. It does, but I learn a lot when I'm doing it. I will say I learn a lot. This is our node. Okay, so this is going to be our selected node. Private selected node. So this is going to have information for us. When we click on this, it's going to be our selected node. And then down here, we're going to have the buy skill information related to the selected node. Specifically, we'll do selected node dot requirements. Dot check requirements. We pass in our player. Our player happens to be here, so player. Okay, and then so the question is, can I enable and disable this button? You got sponged. Says, happy Sunday, Captain. How are you? I'm doing fabulous, Sponged. How are you today? How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope you're doing fabulous. I'm doing wonderful. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so nice to have you here, my friend. How the heck are you on this beautiful, beautiful Sunday? All right, so in this case, the selected node here, we're going to say if, oh no, we want to do our button here. Buy button dot enabled. Enabled. Self-enabled in hierarchy. I don't know. It's set enabled. This. Can we do it this way? When we start up, I'm going to go ahead and set it to not enabled. Buy button dot set enabled false. Chico says, definitely, I found the more people that look at my code, the less it works. It's fine when it's just me. I don't know if that, for me, I feel like the more people like contribute to what I'm doing, I feel like the more refined and better it gets, because it makes me question what I'm doing and try and understand it better. All right, so when we click buy here, I'm realizing our skill node, or our skill, we need to do something when we purchase it. I don't have all the information necessary to like actually purchase the skill from the player. So like we need something that says when you buy this thing, how does it affect your player? You Got Sponge says, doing fantastic, sir. Just chilling today, mainly about to dig in and do some work prep for the week ahead. Nice. Chico says, my CDOs are corrupted in Unreal Engine, which is the problem I was having yesterday. Oh, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds terrible. I'm so sorry that's happening. We're gonna do debug.log purchased. This isn't really purchasing anything here. But we're gonna say that we purchased, we should be able to do selected node dot skill dot name. And so part of me is like our skill needs to have like our interface, I think our iSkill type thing needs to have like a purchase method on it. So I'm kind of thinking the skill here somehow needs to have some way to acquire it, and that cost needs to be associated here. So what does it cost the player to do it? But for now, I'm going to do player. We're just going to say the player gets it. Player dot skills acquired skills dot add skill data selected node dot skill. Okay, so we're going to try this. We're going to try this. See, will it build, folks? Will it build? Can I buy a skill? Who knows? Who knows if I can buy a skill? What are the requirements for my hero skill here? So let's go to the hero skill. Hero, level 1 requires 1 skill point. We should technically be able to acquire. We're gonna try here. All right, when we start up, when we wake up, what's it gonna look like here? Our buy button is disabled. Our buy button became enabled. I click buy. We have the hero skill. Oh, I gave it to us by default, so I probably need to make it so you can't buy it. Royal C-Dub Gaming, hello, my friend. I can buy this spell casting, Divine Sense. All right, I shouldn't be able to buy all of these. Okay, let's reduce these. This is interesting here. All right. Can I get this? Okay, I can't get that. It's not available in my skill tree because I haven't met that requirement. I can't get this. Let's remove hero. Can I? Okay, I can't get spell casting until I have hero. Hero I can buy. Okay, this is working. This is working as far as that goes. These have additional requirements that are not getting checked, I think. Let me go, because my players should only be level 1. Yeah. This is interesting that the check requirements isn't quite working here. And I think I know why. Do I know why? I don't know if I know why. I think it's because I have a default implementation for check requirements that's getting used. I'm not 100% sure. Let's go look. File. We're gonna open up a new window here. Equal Gaming says, I did it, Captain. I made it so you have to wake Jarvis up before you can use him. Now I'm going to add it so that he can have a conversation. Super cool. That's awesome. Royal C-Dub Gaming says, hello. Hello, Royal C-Dub. Welcome back, my friend. Good morning to you. I think it might be afternoon for you now, but good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back. Nice to have you here. Rogue said, I put a screenshot on the Dungeon Crawler thread on self-promote. Got the dialogue box working with inputs. You can answer yes or no. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. I want to see it. I gotta see it. I gotta see it. We got so many cool. Back. Are we back? Are we back? Harbor says, did you learn to do modeling and animation that serve as a game developer, or are you mainly just a programmer? I am mainly just a programmer. Great question, Harbor. I am mainly just a programmer. I've only been doing game development for about 3 months. And I don't consider myself a game developer at all. Hazanoid, thank you for the raid. Wow. Hazanoid, thank you so much. You broke my stream. Everyone give Hazanoid a follow, folks. Hazanoid, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Hazanoid, beautiful, beautiful human, absolutely lovely person. Hit that heart, give him some love, folks. Give him some love. Go check out that stream. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. I'm so sorry my stream went down there for a moment. Frederico, hello, my friend. Welcome to the stream. We got a bunch of people here. I'm sorry if I missed some. Harbor says, thanks for answering. I have just gotten to game dev 2. I don't know if I have the patience for area of modeling and animations. I'm not sure either. I've had some people I usually get some, do some AI generated stuff. I don't do a whole lot of 3D stuff because it's hard to do. The one 3D thing I did was the Crazy Marble game you can check out. And this game, there was not really modeling that had to happen. So in this game, I did a marble game specifically because it's easy to do a sphere. We can do a sphere, that's not so bad. And then spheres and basic shapes on this stuff. So we did this game on stream recently. This was really, really fun to implement. But I can do cubes, I can do circles, I can do blobs. Yeah. You don't need to have fancy models to make a fancy game. The only limit is your imagination, my friend. The only limit's in imagination. Adenoid, how was your stream? Tell us about it. I'd love to know how your stream went, my friend. Okay, so we have this. Let me go double check here. Are we actually getting the right requirements in? Oh, that's right. I was gonna open up. That's why I got this. I was gonna open up the Captain Coder core library to see if I have a default implementation, and that could be no. There's not a default implementation. iSkill node. I think I need to get rid of this default implementation, instead have, because this, it's going to be using this implementation unless I force it. Yeah, so that's what's happening here, is it's using the default implementation, which just checks whether or not the tree matches. As it says, was making art assets mostly for new projects I have started. Awesome. Do you want to tell us more? Let me make you, one sec. Permit Hazanoid. If you want to post any links, do not hesitate to do so. You have the power, my friend. You can now post links. Just be, you know, as long as it's family friendly. I assume it's family friendly since you're here in this family friendly stream. Okay. So this check requirements. Let's go look at our. No, that default implementation should be fine because it calls meets requirements on these subclasses. Requirement has no default implementation. Why isn't that happening? Let me go double check. Hero. In our skills, our spellcasting is only level 1. Okay, so we should be able to get that, but Divine Sense. Oh, these all have level 1 on them. Okay, so let's make Divine Sense require 2 skill points in level 2. We shouldn't be able to get it at that point. All right, our player starts with the hero skill. Yep, so we should be able to click here, buy this one. This one we shouldn't be able to buy. I don't know why that isn't working. As I said, I haven't exported any of it to make post of the project yet, but I will some point this week so I can show you. Awesome! I'm looking forward to it, Hazanoid. I am absolutely looking forward to it. Okay, what's going on here? What do we got going on here? Why? Oh, why is this not working? Our skill, let me go look at when we build the skill tree. Because it's this node that we're getting back. So we generate the node here with this build skill tree. We add the requirements this way. Okay, so we're adding the requirements to our skill tree. The requirements that are being added, let's go to our skill data. Requirements are here. That says, Cap, I mostly just do the basic models at the moment. No real textures, but I can certainly make some models if needed. No characters yet, but could certainly do simple props. I still have access to 3ds Max. Gotcha. Yeah, I try and keep things simple. I try not to worry too much about the graphics in games, just because if I was making, this is one of the reasons I say I'm not a real game developer. I don't want to make anything serious, because then it's like, well, I got to try harder to polish it up and make it a little bit nicer. There's part of me that really likes, you know, sort of the slapdashery, the slapped togetherness of a game can make it charming in a way. That said, having a really good artist can do wonders. Why are we not getting those requirements in? Hang on, in my iSkill data. Oh, we don't have these. Where are these? These have no references. We don't generate any skills here. Okay, so this, we're gonna call this addition. There's no references to this either. We're not actually creating we're not turning these into requirements anywhere, I don't think. Let's see, required level requirement. Where is this referenced? 0 references. It's not used anywhere. Okay, so we set it up so we could make a requirement, but we never actually use it. All right, so when we get our requirements here, this should be public list skill requirement data additional requirements. Get private set like this. So these are our additional requirements, and this is just the implementation we have from our parent object. Yeah, this is just from our parent object for the IHAS requirements. Okay, so this is just the additional. That said, it shouldn't be getting those. Okay, requirements is going to actually be just a getter, and it is going to return a new, we're gonna build it up for now. We're gonna build up a list here. List requirements, and this is not gonna be the best way to do this. At the end of the day, we're gonna return our requirements like this. When we add those in, yeah, so these aren't being added in here. We're gonna take our additional requirements. All right, so this starts as additional requirements dot to list. So we copy this list, and then we're gonna add to it our required level and our required skill. So requirements dot new dot add new level requirement, required level. Cannot convert level requirement to skill requirement. I requirement, this is a skill requirement. Interesting here. Let's see, this needs to be, one sec, this should have this type. This should be a list of these. And this should return. Let me see if I can convert these to these. Can these not be iPlayer character skill datas like that? So in our skill, okay, so there's a little bit of a trick here that I'm gonna have to do. A requirement here, these should be requirement data. Do these have to be subclass of this? These implement this I requirement. That's interesting. It has this type, but it won't let us be that type. Oh, this isn't implemented either. Skill requirement, do I even need? Oh, because we subclass this. That's the thing. This is a subclass. The idea is you have to implement it in the subclass. Okay, that makes sense. And then this allowed us to do the alignment requirement, which is a subclass, and it says, okay, it's a player character, we can meet the requirement. So here in these requirements, we really want this. And this should be, here, let's start out like this. We do new. Surprised our additional requirements can't just be jumbled in there because a skill requirement has this implementation. I requirement, skill requirement is an I requirement of that. Fascinating. Additional requirements dot select dot to list dot C goes to C. Hang on. Why can't this type be like this? It's saying that a skill requirement data cannot be converted to this type, cannot be implicitly. skill requirement data. More explicitly, it wants it to be this, but it's saying that it's not that type. I don't know if this, I think this might give us an exception for doing that cast this way. We're gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna keep going like this and see if we can get it there. I do have to stop in 10 minutes though. Then we can add the level requirement as well as requirements.add new skill cost requirement. And this is our required skill points like that. So I'm hoping this will let us do that. This is gonna, so now I shouldn't have enough skill points to get this one. We're gonna see if this is actually propagating through the way I think it is. If it is an I skill, has requirement of this type. I has, if we were to take off the default implementation, would this still compile? Yeah, that default implementation is an issue. What is the signature it's looking for? What signature does this want? Jaden just says I'm back. Just ate a cheeseburger and a bowl of nachos. Oh, that sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. I want a cheeseburger and a bowl of nachos. Sounds good. Sounds really good. Has requirements. Requirements. Oh, this needs to be an I enumerable. If I do this, does it meet that? Okay. So it needs to be an I enumerable. So the default implementation was killing us on that. So we got to get rid of that default implementation. Just to make it more straightforward, be like, you need to make sure you implement this thing. Requirements like that. This feels strange to me that I have to cast it here. This skill requirement data, I feel like I shouldn't have to cast it because it implements this interface. So any subclass should have that. Let's see though. Let's see what this, if we run it, do we get exceptions? Is it gonna get a cast and exception? We're gonna find out here in a moment, folks. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Click here. I already have that skill. I can acquire this. I can't acquire that one yet. Buy skill. Okay, so it's saying I can't acquire that one. I think it's because I don't have enough skill points. Even though I have spellcasting, now I set skill points to 2. How many skill points do I need for that one? Divine Sense. Divine Sense and level 2. So if I'm level 2 and have the skill points, now I can get it. Okay, it's working now. I can't get this one because Sacred Oath requires level 3 and 2 skill points. So Sacred Oath, I should be level 3 to be able to get it. Now I can get it. Okay, a requirement system is going through. One thing I should note is on Sacred Oath, I want to add in an additional requirement that I have to have the good alignment. So my question now is, will this cast work? I feel like it's gonna, this cast is going to fail. Oh, it didn't fail. Let me get my player here. My player is good. Let me make my player evil, so they won't be able to get it. I have enough stuff here. It's not actually spending the skill points. My player's evil, but if I switch my player to good, okay, so that cast works. That cast works. Awesome. Okay, folks, we done did it. We added it in there. We don't actually spend anything, so I'm gonna have to rework that. We didn't quite finish this one in a good time. But our I skill here, we need to have something like public void purchase skill or something that takes in our player somehow. And I think this might need to go on our iSkill node. There's some refactoring to do to actually make it so that there's a thing that we run when you purchase something. It needs to have an effect on you. So our requirements need to have, we need to rethink that a little bit. But we finished this little chunk here. We managed to get this little piece done. I actually clicked open on my music editor. We added a buy skill, but we got that working. I can't believe we managed to finish everything. We got some music program going here. Remind me later. We're still going strong, folks. Annie, RJGC, Annie. Thank you for following, Annie. I wanna thank you for following me. Annie, welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew, my friend. We also got Aylmer. Thank you for following the captain. Annie and Ale, welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. I'd like to welcome you today. Welcome to the crew. Happy Sunday, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I'm a computer science educator. We teach computer science and programming here. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding is super encouraged and welcome. That said, we've been working on a skill tree system. This project was suggested on the Discord, and so we started working on it. We're on day 6 here. But we've been putting together a little blog here. If you want to go check out the blog so far, you can check out what we're doing. That said, Royal C-Dub Gaming, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging out. Take care. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Have yourself a beautiful, beautiful day. Yeah, this is a web page here. There's a link to it. The link in the chat there. This is a website page. This is a blog documenting what we've done on the skill tree so far. We're on day 6, but I try and keep a little blog together so people can understand what we're doing because we're trying to learn together. We're learning something new as we code and grow. You're learning Java. Awesome. Java's not a bad language. It's, not my favorite language. I'm doing some C# stuff here, but I'm glad you're here to learn with us. That said, I do have to hop off here. I'm going to be heading out. But if you would like to know, if you have any questions, folks. All right, folks, I'm going to promote the Discord here just for a moment. C# is very similar. C# is very similar. Promoting the Discord here, folks. On Discord, we have this community growing here. You can ask questions. So many people helping each other out, asking for help. You want to learn something, you can learn something new. If you have questions, post it here. Sometimes lately I've been doing these little, I've done it twice now where I hang out in these office hours, answer questions just so code along. You don't have to join the Discord, but if you'd like to, you can. You can also suggest the projects that we're gonna do on the Discord. This coming week, I'm gonna keep working on the skill tree here. We didn't finish it in 1 week. I'm gonna have this one bleed over a little bit. Next week, we're gonna be doing a little bit of preppage, trying to combine our libraries a little bit so we can use them all together in the game jam that's coming up. That said, we're gonna find someone to raid. So thank you all so much for hanging out with me. This is absolute blast. Loved having you here this morning with me, but on the Discord, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry. Let's see if we can find someone real quick to raid. I gotta hop off here. We got an inspection coming up here at Captain Coder's house. Fuel Snabbill, hello. So sorry, we gotta head out, my friend. I'm so sorry we're hopping off at this moment, but we're gonna go raid Devro, folks. Devro, shout out. Let's give Devro a shout out. Devro is an incredible streamer, absolutely lovely fella. We're gonna go give Devro a raid. Give him a love there. Hit that little follow. Give Devro some love. Now we're gonna go check him out, folks. We're gonna go check out Devro. All right. Hang on. I did the wrong Devro. Raid Devro with an extra underscore there. This channel is yeah. Here we go. We're gonna raid Devro, folks. Inspection. No, it's not scary. Don't worry. Scrambled Fox. I'd like to welcome you, Scrambled Fox. I would like to say welcome to the crew. You are now one of us, Scrambled Fox. Thank you for following me. Scrambled Fox, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're having yourself a beautiful day, folks. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. We'll be back tomorrow, same bat time, same bat place, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific. Have yourself a beautiful day, folks, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again.